I'm running a bit behind today. I better get a link here for everybody. Howdy. Sorry, running behind here. Okay. There we go. Good day, Stella. Oh, wow. All right. You guys are fast. Fast. All right. So looks like today is the beginning of I would say, the consultations, which is kind of why I think that next week we're going to hear from everybody else, all the gun rights people and family, probably. Hoping, anyways. Too little, too late, I would assume. Okay. How's everybody else doing today? 20 of you in here, please do share. Today is Avalon Sexual Assault Center. We'll be giving their recommendations and such. Next week will be everybody else. And I would assume, hopefully, families. Nosy, good morning. Stella, Charlene, good morning. Good morning to you. Lily Baum, Linda McDonald, hello, how are you doing? Nikki Lewis. Oh, good afternoon. I have to say good afternoon, right? They changed this one from ending at 4:30 now to 6 o'clock, so we're in for a bit of a longer day. JJ, puppy asleep, can join. Excellent. Afternoon from Bedford. Straight out of Bedford. Howdy, fam. Julia, or Charlene 2.0, or 1.0, or don't know how you want to say that. Our official timekeeper. Good afternoon. Half an hour difference. Oh, here we go.
Bonjour and bienvenue. Hello and welcome. We join you from Mi'kma'ki, the ancestral and unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq. Please join us in remembering those whose lives were taken, those who were harmed, their families, including those here in Nova Scotia, across Canada, and in the United States, and all others affected by the April 2020 mass casualty in Nova Scotia. Today, our public proceedings are virtual and form part of our ongoing participant consultation process. These are opportunities for organizational participants taking part in the Commission's work to discuss potential recommendations. We will hear from justice-related organizations, including the BC Civil Liberties Association, the East Coast Prison Justice Society, and the Nova Scotia Department of Justice. We will also hear from the Avalon Sexual Assault Center as they share a report and insights from a community outreach work with marginalized communities. I will now ask Emily Hill and Jillian Natu from the Commission Council team to begin the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Fitch. My name is Emily Hill. I'm one of the Commission Council team members, and as you noted, my colleague Jillian Natu and I will be facilitating this afternoon's session. So I just want to start by saying good afternoon to those of you who are attending and those of you who are watching on the webcast. Today's consultation with justice participants are part of our Phase 3 proceedings, which is part of the work with the aim of helping commissioners develop meaningful recommendations to improve community safety for everyone. The conversation today will build on consultations we've held with other participants, and it will also build on some themes that have been explored through the roundtables last week and this week focused on policing. And so I would encourage those of you who are joining us today to pick up on ideas or questions that may have been touched on in those other sessions, but perhaps would benefit from further conversation today. I'd like to begin by introducing those of us who are around the virtual table, and then I will hand off to Jillian to introduce the first question. We are a small group, and so our thought on how we would proceed is we will start each question by asking one of you to start our conversation, but after that, if individuals want to just raise their hand to indicate that they've got something they'd like to say, we'll just call on you and have the conversation proceed that way. And we may just keep a bit of time to make sure that we get through all of the questions in the time that we have, and also to ensure that everyone's has a chance to share their comments. So we're joined today by Megan McDermott, who's the Policy Director at the British Columbia Civil Liberties Association, by Sheila Wildman, who's the Co-Chair of the East Coast Prison Justice Society, Harry Critchley, who's also a Co-Chair at the East Coast Prison Justice Society, and Haley Crichton, the Executive Director of Public Safety and Security with the Department of Justice, Nova Scotia. Thank you all very much for being here today. Jillian?
Thank you, Emily. And I'd just like to start by doing my welcome to everybody around this virtual table today. And we'll just dive right into the discussion. So the first question that we will be discussing this afternoon is justice organizations such as the CCLA and East Coast Prison Justice have experienced working with marginalized persons and groups who have come into conflict with police, as well as with the wider justice system. And I'm wondering if you can reflect upon what connections there are between the invisibilization and exclusion of marginalized groups and the causes, contexts, or circumstances of the mass casualty. And for this question, I believe we're going to start with Sheila. And as Emily mentioned a moment ago, after that, we'll sort of go around the table based on hands. Virtual hands, or if you're like me and often can't find the virtual hand button, I'll try and keep my eyes open for real hands on the screen as well. So over to you, Sheila.
Thank you. And I just wanted to say others, I think perhaps everybody here has appeared at the commission before except me. And so I just wanted to start as with Harry, a representative of East Coast Prison Justice, by marking the horrific losses of life and expressing my own and, of course, East Coast Prison Justice's deepest sympathies to the families and the friends of those whose lives were taken. So that's just to start off. And so you asked, let me just refresh what connections there are between the invisibilization and exclusion of marginalized groups and the causes, contexts, circumstances of the mass casualty. So let me just frame my response briefly about the aspirations of our coalition with BCCLA and certainly of East Coast Prison Justice in particular. And one of our aspirations is to help the commission, with hope that the commission will ensure that in making its recommendations and its analysis of this tragic event to help prevent similar incidents in the future, the commission does not inadvertently cause further harm to marginalized people and communities. And in this ambition, we're concerned also to inform what we can aspire, hope, may be a profound redirection and reorganization and rethinking of priorities on how to promote public safety, and indeed a rethinking of what public safety is. So public safety as speaking to a public that is inclusive, and a safety that is not inadvertently corrosive of precisely safety and justice for all. So in short, we, again, as framing, we hope to help avoid a response that moves from constructing this as a problem of order or law and order to a response that is a law and order based intensification of investment in policing and in other what we will call carceral responses to disadvantage and marginalization. And our worry is that that path could worsen the violence that many communities, Indigenous, Black, disabled, LGBTQ, women, so communities are experiencing precisely from police as well as from the wider community at large. And so there, I want us to be mindful of the constant surveillance, the threats and facts of interference, and the episodic lethal force that is added for members of these communities to the slow violence of ongoing disproportionate incarceration, and with that, community and family dislocation, perpetuating intergenerational trauma and deprivation, and leading ultimately to a profound corrosion of public safety and safety in society. So that's kind of an opening frame. But then I want to zero in on a core point that's come up and a theme that's come up among many of the folks that you've heard from, and that includes many of our allies and colleagues across other nonprofit organizations, and that's the theme of lack of trust on the part of folks who you're referring to as invisibilized and marginalized groups, lack of trust in state institutions and in the police in particular. And that's obviously a really important precedent fact in the failure of state institutions to be protective and preventive of the violence that erupted in the mass casualty. So that lack of trust is something that's been on my mind as I've watched the proceedings and listened to folks, Emma Halpern talking about her constituencies at EFRI, folks representing the women's shelters and transition houses, and so on. So we're talking about a lack of trust on the part of communities that have been subject to state institutions and to state interventions as expressions of or reinforcements of misogynist and racist, colonialist, and ableist state power. So expressions of state power falling disproportionately on those communities. So just to put it simply, and I think this is something that you've all heard in really powerful ways already, so I don't need to belabor it too much, but if the state is understood to be a source of harm, a source of violence, a source of deprivation, including referring to the work that East Coast Prison Justice does, deprivation of social contact and the ability to live with family and community, if that's how the state has primarily asserted its presence in the lives of those affected, then one is logically going to be reluctant to reach out to the state, whether for social assistance or for child welfare, or for, in this case, public safety responses. And so let me just conclude by putting, if I have a moment to do this, by putting a slightly finer point on what I'm saying with reference to the facts at hand. So I'd like the commission to think about the actions of the perpetrator, not as, and this is it's a difficult thing to say, but not as socially deviant, but actually as expressive of the kinds of stratified power relations that were pre-existing in our social structures. And here, I mean, stratified power that the perpetrator leveraged in order to acquire and assert dominance over marginalized individuals in particular. So, moment, as I turn to this point. the facts as they've come out to the commission suggest that the perpetrator used his social position, so his position as a white male, relatively well-off, an able-bodied person, to cultivate relationships with police. And those are relationships, both the relationship we've heard about from Constable Wiley as an informal informant, and to cultivate sort of symbolic relationships and alignment with police in ways that reinforced his exercise of power over vulnerable and marginalized persons. And I won't go into the details of the testimony that you've heard, but one of the things that stood out to me as so shocking and profoundly disappointing was the way that the perpetrator exercised his role as a denturist to cultivate relationships with poor and otherwise marginalized women in particular, in order to manipulate them for sex. And there are other examples where the perpetrator singled out, we've had evidence of him singling out racialized and poor men for beatings, for the doing of violence. And the testimony that I have seen on that from members, I believe, of marginalized communities, if I'm reading the testimony correctly, is that the perpetrator understood that these were disposable and discreditable persons, that they were persons who would not have an easy time, for all the reasons I've said, reaching out to the state for support and for safety. So when I say that the perpetrators trail of coercive and violent practices was in a way expressive of state stratification of power, I mean that it built on and leveraged the kinds of harm and violence, slow and fast, that police and actually other organizations had done to those same populations and communities over time. And the last thing that I'll say, because I know we have so many others here who have so much of importance to say, is that it's not only police, the background sort of reinforcement and reproduction of socially stratified power that I understand to have alienated, invisibilized, and marginalized communities. But I ask the same questions of the social assistance system and the College of Denturists, or the Denturist licensing body, that has a complaint mechanism, right? And the social assistance caseworkers were making the referrals, as I would understand it, or at least approving, those practices of referring poor persons to the denturist. They were not reached out to either on these points, or if they were not responsive, and I have no information about that. But I'm concerned about the way that the social assistance system, that the denturist licensing body, was similarly inaccessible in some deep sense to individuals that had experienced, from the record that I've read, profound threats and in some cases physical harm by the perpetrator prior to the events. And what would have happened if there had been outreach, and if there had been a space for folks to register their concerns, if there had been trust with the institutions charged with public safety, I wonder what would have happened. So I'm sorry that was a long bit, but that's just speaking from, again, I should have perhaps said East Coast Prison Justice itself, in working with criminalized and incarcerated persons and communities, is profoundly concerned with the kinds of alienation and dislocation that are deepened and sort of elicited through state carceral systems. And we can talk more about that perhaps as we go on. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheila. I don't think that was long at all. I think it sets the table for us well, and all of the different connected issues and topics in relation to just this one question that arise from the Commission's existing record already. Is there anybody else who would like to offer comment on the connections between the experience of marginalized groups and some of the causes, contexts, and circumstances of the mass casualty? They've asked us not to use the, Harry, I was just going to say, they've actually said don't use the electric hands because I think it's going to potentially disrupt the broadcast speed. So we will perhaps try and use old-fashioned hands, and Emily and I will. Eagle, so to you, thanks.
Thank you so much. I'd echo a lot of what Sheila said, and I want to thank the commissioners for their time today, and also for the invitation to speak last week as part of the roundtable on structural policing in the province. So, really, to me, it's a great honor to be able to come and provide really experiences and provide testimony. It's really valuable, and the hope is that as has been front of mind, I think to all the commissioners, especially recently, is that recommendations will come out of this process that will be acted upon in a meaningful way. And I think I want to make just 2 brief points. The first is maybe just to echo a lot of what Professor Wildman said, and just put a sort of finer point on one of her points as it related to the ways in which the perpetrator sort of surrounded himself with, and in terms of cultivating police relationships. And I think there, you heard testimony obviously from Constable Wiley that there was a number of visits, and that there was this idea that this was someone in the community who was perceived as being pro-police. I think that was the phrase that was used. And that for that reason was a sort of reliable source of information for the police, a sort of sounding board in the community, someone who could provide them with information that's going on. And I think Sheila's provided some really powerful points about the manifold ways in which that's prevalent. But I think sort of a flip side of that is that if we relate that back to the governance of the police, investigative techniques employed by the police, the manner of police operations, and how the police are conducting themselves in the community, this idea that this would be a sort of appropriate way to receive information about a community, to find certain people who are in one way or another perceived as being pro-police, and then acting on that information when it's so received, I think is itself troubling, and speaks to kind of larger concerns that have been before the commission in recent weeks, particularly in relation to things like police culture. And I think a big piece of that police culture to me is related to sort of an us and them mentality, right? And that's something that manifolds in a number of forms. This year, last week, I spoke about it in terms of reticence or reluctance to share information. I'm hoping to speak about that a little bit later on. But simply as a manner of conducting intelligence gathering, right? As an investigative technique, this idea of maintaining relationships with pro-police members of the community is, I find, a bit concerning, something that speaks to larger culture issues. And then one other point I want to raise. So in order for, I think everyone's acknowledged and heard from various chiefs, various senior police management, that there's a desire both through advisory boards and through police boards to ensure that community stakeholders are consulted, there's community engagement, and ultimately kind of the co-creation of policing priorities. And I think for various reasons, these boards have not been seen historically as a source of governance oversight, particularly by marginalized communities, for very obvious reasons. I noted, for instance, in the report prepared by Professor Murphy and Mr. Corley, that there was concerns there that the Police Advisory Board in Colchester County hadn't met in over a year. in the lead up to the mass casualty. And I would suggest that, even before we get to the ways in which the views and perspectives of marginalized communities are not reflected in policing priorities or policing policies or policing governance, our governance mechanisms for the police have atrophied to such an extent where that was somehow a state of affairs that was allowed to continue. And I would suggest that is despite the fact that, as the commissioners well know, the minister has general supervisory authority for ensuring adequate and effective policing in the province. And that the minister has a variety of powers under Section 6, including the ability to assume the administration of a police board or police advisory board in a municipality. So I would suggest that there is concerns there about the extent to which the governance mechanisms in place, even if people want to engage with them on a good faith basis, are really there to do so. And I think you heard from my friend and colleague Chair Smith, Wendell Smith from the police board, kind of about the handling of street checks and concerns there about the kind of inefficacy and inadequacy of the board's response there. And so I think that's another way in which, in a kind of larger sense, but also particularly in the context of Colchester County, the sort of atrophying of governance mechanisms for the police, I would suggest plays a role in creating barriers to members of the community having real engagement with their police services. And I would suggest that engagement would be a precondition for the trust that I think so many people are before you saying that they want to encourage and they want to cultivate.
Thank you very much. Interesting reflections. Is there anybody else who would like to reflect or contribute on this question? Megan or Haley? If not, then I can either invite the commissioners to raise any questions they may have at this point in time, or to hand things back to my colleague, Ms. Hill. Seeing no hands, and not having the advantage of being in the same room as you all to watch your body language, I think that I will pass things over to Emily to continue our discussion.
Thanks, Jillian. And I think it's, I think, Harry, you've given us a good segue, because I think your comments with regard to sort of the links between the challenges or the barriers to have folded in the experiences and knowledge of marginalized communities into policing, and how that may relate to what you described as the atrophy of police oversight organizations, and the kind of connections between those two, I think leads well into the next question, which is, we've heard a lot of discussion, especially over the last few weeks, but even right through the Commission's work about changes that may be needed in the areas of policing and public safety in Nova Scotia. And so we wanted to draw on your knowledge and experience as individuals who have worked in this area and thought about this a great deal, to understand a little bit more about what may be barriers to this change. And so the question that we've asked you to take up is, drawing on your experience, what are some of the institutional barriers to achieving structural change in policing and public safety in Nova Scotia? And I would just say that the structural change can be big change, but it can also be small change in terms of scope, and in terms of thinking about what might be needed to make it happen. So I think to start off this discussion, I'll turn to you, Megan, if that's all right, just to sort of offer your comments about institutional barriers to achieving structural change.
Thank you, Emily. I'm Megan, the Policy Director with BC Civil Liberties Association. And although we have the province of BC in our name, we're actually national in scope. And so we have appeared before national inquiries, and we do have a history of trying to hold state agencies in Nova Scotia accountable too. So I'm going to draw on some of these experiences as well, and not just those from from my own backyard here. Thank you so much for the question, Emily. And it's really an invitation to discuss so many different aspects. And I think a lot of our answers and discussion here will have overlapping features because of all the intersections. So one of the core institutional barriers from our experience in engaging with all different levels of government and in trying to promote public safety and enhancing the rights of individuals and communities. It's already been touched upon many times. And one of them is just this very well, first of all, that the government is kind of very traditional, I would say, in terms of always kind of deferring to police and policing agencies to be the main kind of institution to be providing public safety. So I think that's just like a cultural fact of our governments. It's part of Canadian culture, I would even say. And it's just kind of like this conservative, traditional way of doing things. And we're very encouraged by discussions now and looking at alternatives to the way that things have been done, just because, particularly around issues of criminalization and potential decriminalization. We've seen now for the first time next year, the province of BC is going to get an exception to some parts of the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. So that's just to say that, you know, people involved in the decriminalization of drug realm, which there's a lot of evidence about the harm that the policing of substance does across Canada and how devastating it is for communities and families, that voices are starting to be heard. But again, this kind of just stigma or wanting to stay with traditional structures is something that we come up against over and over and over again. And I think part of that too, or what's particularly frustrating in the Canadian context, and the commissioners have all heard about this a lot, and Haley, I'm sure, is extremely well versed in this. Actually, I've heard Haley talk about this too, is just the notion of federalism, right? And how complicated that can be to inspiring change and transformational change, or just getting people out of tradition or what we've done, or just to think about new ideas. So it's really difficult, I think, for a lot of people to even understand what level of government does what and how they contribute to public safety, municipal, province, federal, and then of course, over top of that are all the international treaties that legal practitioners will bang on about and point to about our rights. So we end up having this labyrinth of governance structures and contracts that make it really difficult and inaccessible to really talk about public safety sometimes in really plain language. And it ends up getting into a conversation that's really, again, inaccessible about just jurisdictions and mandates and who can do what. And that can really bog down a lot of conversations when we engage with institutions or look to institutions to do things. There's a lot of pointing fingers, who has the power to do what. And the backdrop to a lot of this is, again, looking to the ministers, really, who have the mandates to, I would suggest, cut through the noise and be able to provide more streamlined services, more streamlined, accessible education to the public about how the world works and about how public safety is delivered and cultivated in our communities. So, you know, I mean, even when we've talked a lot about, or I've heard a lot of witnesses talk about the issue of street checks, but I think that that's just such a good example, both in Nova Scotia and across Canada, of where people have been asking for change or trying to even just figure out what is being done by police and who is authorizing it and for what purpose, like what's the value or benefit. We heard, for instance, that it was I think it was, over a decade after the Human Rights Tribunal in Nova Scotia recommended a study. We're in a similar situation right now in BC. We're actually out here envious of what Nova Scotia has done. It took a long time to act, but when it did, the government provided clear direction to the community and to public safety agencies about what was acceptable and what wasn't. And that was after a very thoughtful review of the evidence about how it was impacting communities and harming people, and also wasn't even legally authorized. And in our advocacy around similar issues in other parts of Canada, we consistently come across this finger pointing about who can do what, and again, a real deference to the way things are, a deference to police agencies investigating why they do it themselves and providing reports, and then police boards will just take them at their word and not dig any deeper. All right. I also, instead of just talking about barriers, which people have gone on and on about, and highlighting things that are difficult, there are also some opportunities that we see on the horizon for transformative change. For instance, I don't think Nova Scotia has tabled anything, but definitely at the federal level, the UN Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Persons has been enacted into law. It's still unclear how that will be implemented, but that theoretically has massive implications for how public safety could be delivered in Nova Scotia. It could inspire transformational change. Again, it remains to be seen whether or not the province and even the municipalities would endorse the path that the federal government has taken, but we're starting to see other provinces adopt that, and it's going to be very interesting given that UN declaration provides that Indigenous people have control over internal governance, including community safety and well-being. I think, and we're excited about opportunities and conversations for that to maybe overcome some of these institutional barriers that are familiar to organizations like ours. And I have a whole bunch of notes about this because I can go from the macro to the minor level as well. One aspect of our work at the Civil Liberties Organization too is to look into matters of privacy and national security and surveillance. And so we're also really interested in and like to figure out and evaluate government secrecy. And so something else that I can point out that's not necessarily at issue in, or at issue in the events of this mass casualty itself, but that I think is really, really important to issues of public safety and how state agencies are working, and also how our society is developing, is that there are a lot of tools now from private industry that can be made available to the state for public safety purposes. So as an example, my point is that we don't, it's very disturbing to us and to other organizations, I think like East Coast Prison Justice, that we don't know about this a lot of the acquisition of very powerful equipment that's supposed to be for public safety purposes, and that the public doesn't find out about it until after the fact. And that gets at this kind of opaqueness that public safety institutions in Canada and in Nova Scotia will use. So for instance, we find out through the media that the RCMP or a municipal policing agency is using a tool that could potentially be infringing on people's rights. And one example is a few years ago, we found out that the RCMP in Nova Scotia had actually acquired a tool to kind of get around privacy tools in social media, and that they were able to see a bunch of information about people without having to get a judicial warrant first. And as a civil liberties organization, we're finding more and more that there are a lot of partnerships like this, that policing agencies, but I shouldn't just say police, but although there's such an issue in terms of police being able to acquire new types of equipment without any kind of democratic oversight. And the fact that we're finding out about it after the fact, and the tools that we have that have been provided to us in terms of privacy acts and access to information acts, they're not updated. They're very out of step with how quickly this technology and the provision of these kind of tools are being made available. So yeah, that's just another area I wanted to highlight where there are a lot of barriers to even just civil society, let alone marginalized communities and people who have historically been erased, that we're just unable to know what is happening in our name and for our safety. So I'll end it there because I think I've been going on for a while.
Well, thanks, Megan, for I think pointing out some very complicated barriers, that we see in with regard to a number of public policy challenges, certainly in Canada, things like federalism, but also your identification of resistance to new ways of thinking about community safety and public safety. So thank you for sort of setting that up for us. Harry, I saw your hand, so please go ahead.
Thank you. I want to just make 2 points. So 2 points with respect to barriers. So I think there's, and this is not going to be anything profoundly new. These are points that you're hearing over and over again. But I think there's fundamentally 2 types of barriers that are particularly relevant in the Nova Scotia context. The first being in relation to capacity, and the second being in relation to culture. And so I'm going to talk about the first of those is in terms of capacity. There's been lots of testimony provided so far, and I wish I'd come up with myself. My colleague Professor Perryman, Council for East Coast Prison Justice, provided this phrase, funded to fail. This idea that oversight agencies in this province, when you compare the budgets for such agencies to the budgets of other types of oversight agencies, and importantly to the budget of police forces, simply couldn't possibly achieve the mandate set out for them. Commissioner McDonald obviously made headlines talking about his concerns in relation to the CRCC and their ability to engage in systematic reviews, right? Where if the budget is so limited that there's a need to kind of provide a business case to the minister before doing that, in what meaningful way are these systemic, can these really systemic analysis be done, right, for the purpose of advancing policy change? So, part of that speaks to this issue of financial capacity, right? So I find it a little strange that a board with the lofty duty of ensuring that the delivery of policing services in municipality is in keeping with community values, needs, and expectations, whatever that might mean, would be expected to do so on a volunteer basis. I don't think that in other kinds of oversight settings that we ask people to volunteer to fill such a weighty role, particularly in relation to a well-funded and very complex area of our society. So I would suggest that financial capacity is one piece, but it really speaks to a larger issue of what I would call governance capacity. And so, for instance, I believe there was a question that Dr. Cunliffe asked last week in relation to what steps are being taken by municipalities in the province to respond to the calls for justice from the missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls report. And I made known that there was very little, if anything, being done at the municipal level. And I was interested to hear at the provincial level, Haley made mention of the auditing function of the minister, right? So the minister has this ability to audit municipal police services, audit, both the RCMP to ensure compliance with standards as they're set, and to provide training. But I think like one thing that's important to keep in mind is that they have to be realistic about what the capacity of those auditors are. And so, for instance, I would note that just earlier this year, one of the senior staff from the province testified at the Desmond inquiry that between 2003 and 2022, the number of full-time auditors employed by the province reduced from 8 to 1. There's now just one auditor employed by the provincial minister of justice, unless there's been a change since that testimony was provided, who's tasked with doing that. And although the last such audit occurred in 2019 and assessed how police agencies were responding to intimate partner violence, that auditor testified at the Desmond inquiry that it was unlikely that any further audits would be occurring in the near future due to a lack of capacity. So again, I would really, stress strongly for the commission that their minister has important and weighty duties in respect of policing, relating fundamentally to ensuring adequate and effective policing. And I don't think that's, here I'm speaking as respectfully as possible. I wouldn't suggest that in recent years the minister has made good on that duty. So again, that's a point I would make with respect to capacity. And I think yesterday you heard Professor Roach speak about a distinction between kind of ex ante and ex post governance. Right? He says when it comes to the police, a lot of the time we're interested in ex post governance, right? We're interested in CERT type bodies, we're interested in police complaint bodies, and those are tremendously valuable. But in order to really galvanize culture change, there needs to be sufficient ex post, proactive policymaking and proactive governance. And I would suggest that that's really quite limited in this province. We know that the policing standards haven't been updated since 2003, although there have been subsequent ones that have been put together, like the policing standard on conducted energy weapons, following from the Hyde inquiry. So at the provincial level, there's concerns about proactive governance. We know that boards have weighty responsibilities in respect to proactive governance. But I will tell you that, and a major role in that respect is the provision of policy. Provision of policies to police services and the review of existing policy. And I think this is tremendously important because, you heard Professor Roach mention yesterday, he gave the example of the Golden decision from the Supreme Court, which set out new requirements in relation to strip search. And, as many people know, just recently, the OIPRD did an analysis on how police agencies in the province of Ontario were complying with Golden at policy level. And they found that only 10 of 53 agencies in the province even had the correct definition of a strip search in their policies. And partly this related to an application of responsibility on the part of the province. The province there hadn't updated their policing standards since the year 2000. But again, there's really no mechanism in place, given the way our boards are currently functioning, to ensure that decisions from the courts, guidance from the courts, guidance from other kinds of ex post oversight agencies are making their way into prospective policy. And I'm just going to give a very personal example in relation to some of my work on the Halifax Police Board. And so for many years before I joined the Halifax Police Board, I worked with the family of an individual named Corey Rogers. And Corey died in the drunk tank in 2016 in Halifax. And his treatment by police was the subject of a Nova Scotia Police Review Board decision. And at the very end of, and there were some disciplinary findings in that case. At the very end, the Police Review Board said, we know it's not our role. We know that we can't impose this or direct that this occurs. But we feel based on this hearing, and it was a very extensive hearing, it was about 2 weeks, that we want to make these recommendations to HRP for training and policies that need to be implemented. And thankfully, all credit to Chair Smith, he identified that and said, look, we really need to ensure that this happens. But that's one individual playing that role and doing so, while juggling a lot of other responsibilities. So there's not, I would suggest, consistent sort of synergy or consistency across these different kinds of agencies. That's one example. I'm happy to provide more. But as it relates to ensuring that there's sort of some level of kind of unity and coherence of the governance structures for police, that's currently missing in the province. So that's one point with respect to capacity, and I'm happy to answer any questions about that. The second is in relation to culture. And here I sort of want to make 3 very brief points. So the first is that you've heard a lot so far about detasking, particularly in relation to things like mental health crisis. And there is a suggestion that, although this is going to have better outcomes for the individuals the police interact with, this is also going to be better for the police, right? It's going to allow the police to go back to what's often called core policing. And I think one point that I want to echo is one that Professor Gould raised yesterday, which is that there's in Canada not a lot of understanding about what the police do on a day-to-day basis, how the police actually spend their time. A lot of our conceptions of how the police are spending their time are just that. They're not based in fact. They're not based in a meaningful analysis of the number and types of calls that the police are responding to. There's in criminological literature, there's a longstanding idea that 80% of the stuff that the police are doing isn't in their law enforcement capacity, right? They're not enforcing laws. They're resolving disputes between neighbors. They're acting as community liaisons. Only that remaining 20%, right? That's the law enforcement function. And then within that, there's a very small component that is responding to sort of violent incidents. So I would suggest that at a fundamental level that we don't really have much of an understanding of how the police are spending their time and whether they're adequately trained in light of what they actually do. I think this comes up in a lot of different ways. So some people might know I was one of the lead authors of the report for the City of Halifax on defunding the police. And not a lot of people know where that report came from, which was that we were actually asked to provide a definition of defunding the police because the City of Halifax had proposed their own definition and had 3 bullet points. And the first bullet point said, police should perform policing functions. And the second one said, non-policing agencies should be adequately funded. And we sort of said, well, isn't that a little bit circular that police perform policing functions? For the longest time, we thought that responding to drunk and disorderly individuals was a policing function. Now we know that in light of, new understandings of addictions and mental health, that perhaps it's not appropriate to have the police respond to the same individual with substance use disorder hundreds over the course of a year. Maybe that's not a good thing for them to do. So I think in terms of, I would not want you to be guided by assumptions about what it is the police do. I think that as Professor Gould suggested, there's a need to actually do research in that area, and that's an area where in the United States there's been significantly more research that's been done. In the defining report, we talked about that a little bit. The second point with respect to culture relates to the issue of information sharing. And I spoke at some length and perhaps for too long about information sharing when I appeared last week. But I would suggest that, I'd kind of adopt the points I made last week in relation to information sharing between police agencies and police oversight agencies, that there's really not sort of clear expectations about what sort of information the police should be providing to oversight bodies, and particularly advisory boards and police boards. I think this manifests in a variety of ways, right? So in that report by Professor Murphy, there was a concern there from the Colchester Council that not only had the advisory board not met in a year, but there was all these outstanding questions that they asked the RCMP that weren't answered, right? And what mechanism was in place for them to, compel that answer, right? You heard Professor Conleff talk about this idea from the Washington Fire about operational responsibility, right? That sure, the police have independence as confirmed by the court with respect to investigative decisions, and the laying of charges and the like, but they're ultimately responsible to the public, right, and to these boards to provide information about that. And I don't think that's something that's historically gone on. There's not a clear understanding or expectation about what are the sorts of information that should be provided. And I would suggest, sort of in keeping with Justice Epstein and Justice Morden, that there's really much more information that should be provided than is being provided. So both those justices in their various reviews talked about this idea of critical points, right? So that this idea that really anything that engaged kind of a senior management level for the purpose of making decisions. So kind of operational plans, major incidents, that's something that the board should be receiving information about because of the possibility that those kinds of plans or incidents could have policy implications. And that simply doesn't happen. That's not something that occurs. And when there's questions are asked, there's often a sort of reticence to provide answers about these sorts of things. So I would suggest that this information sharing is a huge issue, and I mean I know it's one that's been top of mind at the commission. I listened in on the environmental scan, and there was concerns there with respect to even issues around disclosure, right? So I would suggest that there's sort of cultural issues there in terms of what is the information that oversight agencies are entitled to, what is the information that the public is entitled to, and on the flip side, what are police comfortable providing? And
Harry, I'm
Yeah.
sorry to interrupt. I know you've got one more point you want to make, and I'm just going to ask you if you could just make that point, because I did see Haley's and Sheila's hand go up on this question. I want to make sure we get a chance to get to them.
For sure, yeah. I
Thanks.
just the third final point is just a corollary of the information sharing point, which is that oftentimes there's a lack of willingness or a lack of desire to engage in critical questioning, to ask uncomfortable questions. Nobody likes conflict, but I would suggest that in this context that there's really strong cultural underpinnings of our desires not to question the police or to be too demanding with respect to information. And this is something that I find comes up quite a bit. And so I would just suggest that as well, that there are also these sort of cultural underpinnings in terms of to what extent are we as a public have expectations of ourselves in terms of the information that we want from the police, and the extent to which we're willing to question them for that information. Sorry, so that would be the final point I made. Sorry for prattling on so long.
No, that's okay. Thanks so much. And I know that we're going to pick up probably on some of these ideas in our next question. So I appreciate you sort of taking some time to explain that. Haley and Sheila, I think I saw both of your hands go up. Haley, your hand was first. I don't know if that works for you to just perhaps offer some comments now. The question we started with was the barriers, institutional barriers to achieving structural change around policing and public safety. But please feel free to comment on that or anything you've heard so far.
Thank you very much, Emily, and good afternoon, commissioners. I'd like to frame my response actually first in responding to a few comments they made by Mr. Critchley, and then I'll kind of move to my broader answer to this question. So I appreciate Mr. Critchley bringing up the policing standards and audit functions, and for brevity, I won't go into too much detail because I recognize we've spoken about these two topics quite a bit at the commission, but just wanted to provide the information that we are indeed updating the provincial policing standards. That is an ongoing process to ensure that they remain in line with the current societal context. So that's an ongoing project that we are looking to complete. But secondly, the audit modernization project is also a similar project that's acting in tandem with the standard update as well. The new audit regime will actually look to measure compliance with the provincial policing standards. So the new audit function will indeed occur cyclically to ensure that it happens consistently over periods of over periods of a couple years. I just wanted to provide that information that we very much do intend to audit all police agencies in Nova Scotia, that's RCMP and municipal police agencies both, and that there is an audit regime modernization project underway at the moment to ensure that that program is updated and refreshed as well. More broadly speaking, though, I think two areas that I will speak to and I feel kind of really work in tandem together and are very much inextricably linked to make structural change slower. And the first that I'll speak to is that policing can never really be looked at in isolation. And this has been a really fundamental frame of the conversations at the Commission thus far. I know it was talked about quite a bit last week as well, but a reform in the ecosystem, so I'll use that word, the ecosystem is really required such that police reforms are also made within a changing ecosystem as well. And so there are finite resources, quite frankly, in dealing with a response to community concerns related to the police role, police visibility, and relationships of trust. So I think when we look at the question of reform associated with what police should be responsible for, what should police be doing, how are we newly defining core policing, because I appreciate Mr. Critchley's comments and some of the commissioners' comments in previous roundtables that what constitutes core policing is most certainly changing, the definition of that changing and needs to change. But as we're looking at that, I think we also need to consider what are other areas of the ecosystem able to take on at this time, because that's an imperative question to be asking as we're looking at these functions. We need to look at other transformation that's occurring in other sectors supporting each other. So I'm putting mental health calls aside for a moment, just because I think we've discussed them quite a bit, but there are lots of tasks for which police are the agency of default, and I'll kind of use that terminology, the agency of default, such as acute crisis medical transport when an ambulance is not available. Police are often responsible or the only available response to acute medical crises outside of mental health calls. Things like property disputes, non-court ordered custody disagreements, enforcement of various provincial regulatory statutes, and the list goes on. So while we're turning our minds to this broader ecosystem in an emergency at 1 a.m., quite frankly, or when another response is not obvious because there hasn't been a transformation in that sector, police are still called. They're still the agency of default, and in part because they're often the only 24-hour service provider that's visible, especially in rural communities where service provision isn't as robust or does not operate 24/7. And so while Megan had previously referred to this challenge in government culture, I think it's also very much a broader culture outside of just government, as well. So I'm using the word ecosystem because I want to refer to the breadth of sectors that are affected. And if we agree police should not be the agency of default for specific areas, then I think we need to look at what areas are more appropriately identified, and a broader societal shift needs to occur to gradually shift the expectation as well. So even in an emergency at 2 a.m., because that's really the landmark test of whether or not really interesting approach to starting to grapple with the unanswerable questions that we have. Looking at an ecosystem in totality can often appear very daunting. It's an overwhelming task to look at its ecosystem in totality, but mandating communities to look at it was a really interesting approach that they had taken to kind of establish the current state of the ecosystem within which all of these actors operate, police being one of them, of course, but one of many. And the second, and I'm sorry, I'm trying to this question of ecosystem, ensuring that transformation is happening throughout the ecosystem, but that is and it's also been discussed, is top-down cultural change in policing. Police culture drives police behavior. And so addressing the cause and not the symptoms results in looking at policy and procedural change as secondary to the importance of cultural change, despite the fact they're resolved when we're looking at police reform discourse. It's often the first component of reform that's discussed. But I think policies exist, but it takes people to operationalize them. It takes the police resources to operationalize policy. And so overarching culture in a policing organization is largely reliant on how each individual officer, civilian staff, or leader has come to internalize assumptions about what behaviors are acceptable within the institution or within the agency. So transformational change is really complex, but I do think police leaders have the most integral role to play with respect to police cultural change. I think it's a perpetual and exhaustive process of changing those internalized assumptions and setting new expectations. So I think while policies and directives are still a critical part of reform, so I don't want to be mistaken here by saying that they're not important. I absolutely think that they're fundamentally important, but I think that culture of an agency or an institution is what's needed so that those policies and procedures will be operationalized. I do know that police leaders in Nova Scotia have all come to the table with a willingness to be open to these conversations and a want to meaningfully engage in what transformation may look like. And this includes being open to having some quite difficult conversations and also being at the table where they do not lead, i.e. being a participant in a broader process about ecosystem. I think we're in a position that they have sat at the table, and at least that's from my perspective in the work I've completed. So I don't want to speak for anybody else. So those are my 2 points that I wish to make and again, I think they're inextricably linked, the need for an ecosystem reform and then also a need for a cultural shift as well. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much. Sheila, I think you have a chance to now respond to the question and or to what you've heard so far.
Thanks so much. And I'm really glad again to be here and to be able to respond to. Actually, the themes that have come up are all themes that I'd like to kind of pull together. So the themes of culture and capacity. And I'd really like to sort of push the focus back to where Megan started, particularly with her reference to UNDRIP and other sort of deep transformative approaches to the work of revisioning public safety. And so I just want to start with the depth of the challenge when we talk about shifting police culture or cultures, because the penetration of systematic misogyny and racism, as well as classism and other forms of discrimination in the very in the culture and in the practice of policing, is something that I think we have to recognize has gone deep enough that is going back to, you know, invisibilized, marginalized populations. That is what policing is, as it's been constructed in the relationship between communities and the state. And so I'd like to just give a couple comments on that. And I want to remind you, for instance, of the Bastarash report on the RCMP, you know, speaking to the depth of toxic misogyny within that institution. But I want to also refrain from overly vilifying one expression of policing and policing agencies, because I'm also mindful of, for instance, the Toronto Police, you know, review of strip searching, which again, you know, disproportionate targeting and doing of violence, I would describe it as on marginalized communities. And I don't think it's too far, again, on this theme of culture and the depth of the infiltration of the cultures we're talking about into policing, I don't think it's too far to reach to go back to a quote, a statement from Constable Wiley from his interview that was provided in the foundational documents prior to his appearing as a witness last week. And he said this, I quote, he said, "When you go out on the job and you have a uniform on, you're going to be a magnet for poor people's negative emotions." And I say that in the context of my earlier statements about marginalized persons whom the perpetrator cultivated relationships with, knowing that they were discreditable and disposable. And the second statement he said was, "I hear all about the systemic racism in the force," and added that every time he had witnessed racism on the job, it was coming back at us, at the police, saying, "I've been the recipient of racism. And as a police officer, I have never been the racist." And of course, he concluded that set of statements with a comment on critical race theory and said, "With all these programs coming in and stuff to address systemic racism, it divides people rather than unites people." And I understand that in quoting one individual officer, I may be part of what I would really like to avoid, which is a possible isolation and vilification of the bad apple, the bad seed within the bad apple, the badder apple being, RCMP versus other policing. But I want to go back to some of the possibilities that are before us in taking seriously the invitation to rethink public safety in a way that is responsive to the experience of policing, of the institution that we call the police, and that through history, as Robin Maynard's work points out, for instance, through history has been used to reinforce dominant social strata over against, back to Harry's us and them, over and against subordinate social strata. How do we detach this entity we call the police from that? And so my remarks, although I welcome and support everything that that Harry in particular has said, and also that Megan has said, I want to go beyond the focus. This kind of, we want to have more throughways for community conversation in order to shift culture. And I even want to go beyond the focus, which is so important, but go beyond the focus on police oversight and come back to these questions that Megan sort of put on the table, and I'm sure we can come back to, around alternatives. What would it mean to shift the locus of public safety and resilience? And there, one of the barriers, you asked what are some of the institutional barriers to achieving structural change. One of the barriers goes to an ethos that's described as a carceral ethos or a carceral logic. And just what is that exactly? It's something that encourages us to think beyond police, much as Haley was saying, to think in an ecosystem informed way, but to think of our ecosystem more broadly, not just the policing function, as a carceral system. And what do I mean by that? Well, scholars have, used this word carceral, logics and carceral structures as a way of getting at the violence that is done, the structural violence that is done to marginalized and oppressed communities, expressive of white, supremacist, colonialist, patriarchal, and class supremacy. And I start to feel like I'm just telling you ideology here, but these are very concretely expressed, these us-them divisions, done not simply through policing, but through a whole set of state institutions. And what the central logic is a logic of responding to social structural problems and their consequences. So lived deprivation and need and trauma, and poverty in racism, responding to these through strategies of isolation and confinement and control. So that's kind of the definition: responding through isolation, confinement, and control. And so a question for us is, what do we even have to envision as the problem beyond policing in order to respond to this problem of public safety, which is a problem that I'm suggesting is worsened, exacerbated through our reliance on what I'm calling these carceral responses. Another way to put the problem, the sort of the culture, the endemic culture I'm getting at, is a culture that's predominantly focused on risk prevention and risk containment. And that goes beyond policing. It actually extends to some of the institutions that we're looking at almost reflexively when we talk about alternatives to policing. And we can come back to this, but I'm including here the health and in particular, the mental health systems and the social assistance system itself, and which is also reliant on surveillance, on punishing forms of administration, on profound destabilization of the lives of those who rely on social assistance. So let me just put a concrete point on the concern as I talk about institutional barriers to structural change, and I link this up to what I'm calling carceral and predominantly sort of overwhelmingly risk preventative approaches to the problem. We're calling the problem of public safety. And I want to use the example of remand. The high rates of remand, persons remanded to custody pre-trial in Nova Scotia provincial jails, because that's something that East Coast Prison Justice, has been preoccupied with for some time. And we work with many of the folks who are remanded in custody right now. And this is my example to have us think about how the risk containment, isolating, confining approach to public safety is not just a problem of what the police do and how the police are overseen, but it's a deeper problem in our wider criminal justice system and correctional systems as interacting, mutually supportive systems. The police are but a throughway. Yes, the police are potentially a source of violence and harm and risk to marginalized and invisibilized communities, but one of the greatest risks of encounters with police, and here we have to think, what would an alternative to police be, is the risk of incarceration. And in Nova Scotia, we're talking in particular about a great risk of being remanded to custody pre-trial. And it's something I could pick up on later. But let me just say to conclude, what do I mean or what am I getting at? In 2020-21, 76% of all adults in provincial custody in Nova Scotia were remanded to custody pre-trial. Only 17% were in sentenced custody, 7% of the others were in immigration detention. And what we know as we dig down into that 76% remanded is that Indigenous persons and African Nova Scotians continue to be overrepresented in significant ways in our provincial jails. In fact, disproportionate representation of Indigenous persons remanded to custody in Nova Scotia is getting worse. In 2019-20, Indigenous persons were 6% of the Nova Scotian population, but accounted to 13% of remand admissions, 13%, and that's an increase of 5% over the 2018-19 figures. Indigenous women were particularly overrepresented in remand in provincial custody in Nova Scotia, making up 23% of female identified remand admissions to Nova Scotia's correctional facilities. That's in 2019-20. And in sentence custody as well, Indigenous persons were overrepresented, 11% of those admitted to sentence custody, and African Nova Scotians, who make up about 2% of the Nova Scotian population in 2019-20, represented 10% of remand admissions and 11% of those in sentenced custody. So I tell you those, these are, I worry that in a way, these are sort of familiar refrains. You're likely all too aware that in the federal system, Indigenous women now make up nearly 50% of those in sentence custody among federally incarcerated women in particular, and Indigenous persons in general make up over 30% of the federally incarcerated population. And the point I'm now just going to conclude is the one that, again, I think it's very familiar to all of you. The thesis, which has much evidence behind it, that prisons and jails do not rectify problems of social instability and public safety. They intensify them at the very least, and these are things that we witness at East Coast Prison Justice, by disrupting already tenuous access to social and health supports, by disrupting relations to community and family, and by subjecting those who are incarcerated to routine degradation and violence, both sanctioned and unsanctioned. So back to sort of the routinization of the strip search for some members of our community. So I say this to remind again of the concrete, I guess, expressions of what I'm saying when I talk about the basis of the lack of trust and of the rift between the marginalized and often invisibilized populations that we started our conversation speaking of. So invisibilized in a sense, but invisibilized in part through containment and isolation and subjection to what I was calling carceral, but very controlling behaviors over the long term, not just through the police encounter. And I'll leave it there, and perhaps we can come back to some of these things.
Thanks, Sheila. Yeah, I think that what we'll do with the next question after I turn to the commissioners and perhaps after we take a break, is we will pick up with the next question, and I hope we can focus. We've talked a little bit about barriers, and you've articulated, all of you, some of the really complex and challenging, deep, long-lasting, barriers to change. And so I hope in our next sort of round we can focus on the need for change. We've focused that question on looking at oversight, but I think with regard to all of the barriers that have been identified, thinking about concrete ideas for change and sort of pathways to change as we focus on our mandate, which of course is forward-looking and trying to improve public safety and improve the institutions that protect and lead to public safety. But before we sort of shift to that conversation, I wondered if we've heard anything so far, or there's any questions or comments that commissioners would like to make at this point.
I'm fine. Thank you so much, Emily. Just to express my thanks to all the presenters so far for some very thought-provoking and helpful interventions. Commissioner Stanton?
Thank you. Just wondered if, Haley, could you just confirm if, I mean, it's good that there's an audit modernization project underway. Is Harry correct that your staff of auditors has gone from 8 to 1? And if so, how will that project be operationalized? And will it be properly resourced to achieve that end?
Thank you very much. So yes, he is correct in stating that we originally started with 8 auditors that were specifically trained to perform the audit function. So the old kind of version of the audit program. There now remains 1 staff person who maintains that specific training for the old audit regime. Part of the new modernization and the work we're doing actually with a hired consultant group through the modernization is to identify what capacity is needed to properly do this work. And we will be responding by ensuring that we are staffed appropriately to do the work effectively. So part of that modernization project is to understand what capacity is needed and then to respond appropriately to that capacity requirement.
And what is the timeline for that project?
It will dovetail with the completion of the provincial policing standards to ensure that they align, because the approach taken is that the new regime will audit the new completed standards. So by the end of the fall. And then there's the process to formalize the policing standards, which will take some more time, but for the audit modernization, that is the timeline.
Okay, thank you very much. And just briefly, I wanted to thank Sheila for her discussion around the perpetrator's use of privilege, and perhaps just ask her to expand a bit on what she meant when she said that it was used in also in a symbolic sense. I was wondering if you were referencing police paraphernalia there, or if my inference is incorrect. Thanks.
That's exactly what I was referencing. And so I want to be clear that I'm hypothesizing as to intentionality, but it certainly seems like a reasonable read of the effects. In fact, one of the deponents or one of the witnesses did speak to, as you well know, having seen a couple of unmarked cars in the driveway and having heard him refer to his relationships sort of vaguely or not with police. And it seemed to me that, the symbol is really an important thing because it gets back to the point we're making about culture. This was not a person who, as we understand it, was a member of the police service, but it was an individual who was very attracted to a certain understanding of masculine domination, white, masculine, I would say ableist domination. And I say that because of my understanding of the perpetrator on the record, not what he did in the last, days of his life, but not solely that. And yeah, I think that the resonance of a cultural symbol speaks to more than just the peculiarity of one mind. It speaks to a certain power that symbol holds culturally for all of us, and a special salience of that symbol when dealing with people who that individual clearly had a pattern of targeting and seeking to dominate, possibly humiliate, use, abuse individuals. My understanding is that there was a pattern there, and that others in community have come forward to say that. And that pattern on my read is very much centered and expressed through the deep connection that the perpetrator felt for policing. And I know that that's a harsh and hard thing for the many good people who are engaged in policing as a vocation, the many good people who are there to try to help and to salve and all of, I want to recognize that because I'm talking about systems and structures and patterns of behavior and ways that culturally and socially recognizing the stratification of our society, and who will feel comforted when the police car comes down the street and who will feel terrorized is something we have to be absolutely mindful of when we say in an almost cavalier way, let's change the culture. Let's change the culture is much more than having some meetings between, upper and lower, representatives of policing. It goes to a long, long history and deep reasons why those symbols have the resonance they do, and they can be leveraged by police and non-police the way that they clearly can and are. All right, thank you for that question.
Thanks very much.
Commissioner Fitch, did you have any questions?
Not at this time. Thank you, Emily. Very much appreciating the wisdom around the table that is being shared. Thank you.
And I want to make sure commissioners understand it is hard when we're not in the same room together. Had I cut you off, or did you have another question, or did you get your questions answered?
No, I was going to turn it back to you, Ms. Hill, to perhaps take us to a break. Thank you.
Okay. So thank you very much, everyone, for your contribution so far and all of the questions. And I would propose we take a 15-minute break now and come back at 3:45 to pick up on the third question around about oversight and about what we need to change to make oversight mechanisms effective. Thanks so much.
That was very odd. I'm going to have to rewatch that. I was getting, maybe I'm just not hearing correctly because it's a whole bunch of goop. But I got the feeling that she was kind of saying he was a policeman. Or is that just me? that he behaved as poorly. And then that strange qualifier, yeah, to our understanding. Yeah. Did you pick up on maybe that's what she was saying, or am I just hearing things? If I am, it's totally hard to hear and understand what the fuck she's talking about. So it's a whole bunch of goop. She said he wasn't a policeman to our understanding. But then she talked about the abuse and then mentioning police in the same sentence. I'm like, I thought she was going to go off into like victims and people, but she went into anyway. Okay, so I didn't realize that was a new document. That's so funny, oh dear, because I was reviewing his statement this morning a little bit because I put his name in because I'm trying to figure out this IMT thing and informant. He's something. If the data that we're getting is true, is something way more than that. But that's so strange. That is this the document that you're referring to? Is Costa's interview? Com 6. Where is that? 63690. This IMT stuff is really bad. The more I'm digging into it, it's horrific. So this is basically the way. Oh, okay. Wow, that's spooky. Oh, God does his thing, right? Yeah, because I just punched his name in, and I was like, oh, and I thought that dropped with all the other stuff. I didn't even check to see if there was any new documents this morning. I just independently downloaded it. Let's see. Well, whatever. Sometime, I don't know, probably about 4 hours ago, I was on the phone with somebody talking about this because I want to try and explain this. It's difficult though, because it's very complicated. April 22nd, H-Strong 2/IMT Issues Management Team was formed. That team, which was formerly underneath Janice Gray, okay, like it says there on the screen, this is to do with you were dealing with, yes, me personally, I was on my previous role, I was deeply involved with the ESDC component. Okay, so the ESDC component, how am I trying to explain this? There are three investigations going currently right now. I don't believe any of them have concluded and 3 that I'm aware of. Hoyt, which is an internal labor investigation into unsafe work practices with Kyla Lonsbury and Sergeant Kevin McLaughlin. Remember, I did the video. Some of you may remember. Oh, dear, definitely will remember. I did the video on that, and they banned that video right away. Like, it was gone. I think I do have it uploaded on something else. I don't know what that is. Anyways, I believe Oh Dear has it too. Anyway, so that's the Hoyt investigation, right? The other 2 investigations are the MCC, obviously, right? And then the ESDC investigation. ESDC is the labor investigation. Labor, it's an outside department, Labor Canada, unsafe workplaces, stuff like that. They're dealing with stuff to do with like Onslow and those kinds of things, right? So right away, you have the forming of the H-Strong2 / issues management team. Now, that is supposedly in to prepare for the oncoming inquiry, which they know is going to come. Okay, so that starts April 22nd. Now, I would maintain issues management team H-Strong2 is to control any negative publicity, reflection upon the RCMP, etc. It starts with Janice Gray and then shifts over to John Robin. John Robin, who is formerly underneath, at that point in time, I believe probably still, who knows what the hell is going on, CNIP, Contract and Indigenous Policing. Brennan is his boss. Brennan, who's number 2, Brennan, who was on Friday, and there was some discussion about IMT. Now, so they're there to gatekeep and control negative things that are going to come out, right? But on the other hand, what is John Robbins' role, or what was John Robbins' role subsequently to that is, and Janice Gray's, I believe, is the liaison for turning of disclosure of materials to the MCC, the ESDC, and the Hoyt investigation. So at one point, you're trying to protect the loss of the contract, negative publicity, and at the other point, you are the facilitator and collector of all documentation to turn over to the 3 investigations. Do you see how that works? It's really quite gross, because what it is doing is you basically can control the water, right, of information. So if you have a goal of, well, we don't want to look very bad, what you do is you release what information you feel will be helpful. Am I explaining myself well? It relates back to
liar, where I had 13 other witnesses in the room that heard.
The question, which is in reference to Milton's statement. Okay. Interesting that it asked by Mr. Pinio. Okay. So let's see. I'm going to probably turn this up so you can hear. And actually, I'll show Burrell's. So this is what, just a second, sorry. Free Janice Gray. Okay. And notice how quickly Burrell bum steers it off into Never Never Land. So he's talking about, Tim Mills is talking about the disobeying of orders, etc. And then he rips into Doyle, Rob Doyle, who I have found an email for, even though if you put his name in, you won't find it. I just actually have it up on another screen. Inspector Doyle. Okay. Anyway, it took me a better part of the 1.5 years to get it investigated. Finally, it's being investigated by Ottawa. Finally. And this is the EMRO officer. There's 3 counts against her. There's 3 counts against her boss, Rob Doyle. So it's in a new section out of Ottawa, independent complaint review or whatever. They're all ex-military or civilians. No RCMP attachment. So I finally, as of last week, they called because I had to fill out all these stupid forms that just keep getting bounced back, and all this and that is very frustrating, but finally it gets done. And yeah, we got 3 counts. This investigation is going ahead, but the damage is done, meaning to him. Damage is done. The whole thing, right? Look at Burl, how he speaks. The job is rewarding, but the administration part is so tiring. Mills is going on something quite serious, and Burl's like, well, it's just a little administration thing. Don't worry about it. So Mills further clarifies. He says, it's corrupt. It's corrupt. You got 2 husbands of senior officers. This is why April 28th was, I'm telling you, I know this from the inside, is ripping the hell out of the RCMP, that video. Issues management team, senior officers, 2 husbands, Robin and Butcher. And you can go but way back into 2020, and I'm going on Butcher, and I'm like, yeah, maybe he's doing the disclosure thing. Maybe he's doing the disclosure. Wouldn't that just be funny? And I threw out a bluff on April 28th, and I said, maybe he's handling disclosure. Boom, he's gone. As soon as I threw in the Robin part and all of that, then it just turned into a fucking shit show. That's not even stupid. That's just corrupt. And I'm not talking money corruption. I'm talking power corruption. I've seen it. 2 sets of standards, We'll investigate the general duty members or, the rank and file. You're not touching an officer, a commissioned officer. We're protected, the white shirts. They're going to fucking cover their ass everywhere. And what does Burl say? Does he ask anything about it? Does he say, let's follow up on that? Just like the dog vest with Dion Sutton. He steers it. Yeah. That's very informative. Thanks very much. The one on the basic level, i.e. the counseling service, psychiatric services, are you feeling okay with what that provided? He takes it totally into a different subject. Away. That's all that he allows him to mention on the corruption. Okay? Now, let's go to moment. One moment.
Liar. So
Okay, so now you go to Mills, MCC. Where's this here? No. My computer. Where did that go? One moment. Whatever. The audio is not going to be quite as good, but whatever. We'll just deal with that.
if I could have Corporal Mills' statement again, please, and page 121.
Come on. Earl is gone. Oh, now I've got everything freezing up. What the fuck? I don't even know if I'm streaming now. What is going on here? Okay. Let's see if we can continue. What the?
And in this part of your statement, Corporal Mills, you talk about power corruption within the RCMP. Would you describe what you meant by that statement?
Yeah, so the issues management team, you have two husbands of the CO of the province and the chief superintendent of who's in charge of Halifax District, who have both since retired. So their husbands are in charge of an issues management team. Well, your team had issues with both their wives. So when I look at that, and like I said, that's not incompetence putting them on the issues management team. You can't be that stupid. So to me, that's cover up, that's corruption.
Cover up.
There's no two ways around it, I think.
Did you have to deal with those two gentlemen?
No, I wouldn't.
Thank you. Those are my questions. Thank you very much.
Wow. Wow. That's cover up. That's corruption. The ERT team had a problem with them. And he's talking about, I think, this stuff to do with Doyle and the disobeying the orders and the issues management team. And he wants the investigation. I played that the other day, right? About what he said about being a liar. This stuff is really quite, I don't know how to succinctly explain it, but it is very serious because you are the one who supposedly is gathering the data to give to all the investigations that will be forthcoming, right? And then you're also trying to manage the issues that will be coming out too, meaning negative publicity, negative reflection upon the RCMP. Robin works underneath Brennan. Contract Indigenous policing. He's very concerned. They're obviously very concerned about losing the contract in Nova Scotia. That's right. Contract is very important. You don't have the contract, you don't have work. So Contract Indigenous policing, Robin Brennan has a very vested interest in keeping the RCMP in Nova Scotia, right? They wouldn't want to turn over anything that negatively reflected upon them. Robin has a straight beeline in the household because of Gray to Ottawa, to Brennan. And that was what that was about. You have Gray, who's garnering data from Leather, hanging on his arm. I think she refers to it as. They ask her, what you do? What did you really do? Well, she can't really answer what she did. But I'll tell you what I believe she was doing. She was farming data. Seeing, where were things going to go? The quintet stuff. They knew that there was major problems, right? If you have major problems, think about it this way. If you have major problems in the high levels of the RCMP and H Division, do you think that could possibly have a negative impact upon the actions that were conducted that day? If there's this personal strife and grief going on between people, are they working cohesively as a unit? Are they seeing things eye to eye, or are there personal issues and shit like that getting in the way that has been there for fucking years? I would argue yes, right? Did people possibly, would that impact upon? I don't think it's a very far stretch. I really don't. Would it have an impact upon the safety using alert. No, I don't want to use alert. Fuck you, alert. You know, I don't like you. You suck. I don't want to listen to your advice. Do you follow? You have people saying that by proxy, there were.
Thank you and welcome back, everyone. Over to you, Ms. Hill.
Thank you so much. We're going to pick up our conversation on one of the same themes that we were discussing just before the break, which is really about thinking about police and improving police organizations and the oversight of police organizations.
And
this is something I know that was the subject of a roundtable yesterday and has come up a great deal in our work, and especially in the past few weeks. And I think what we'd like to hear, especially from this group today on is about what do we need to change for police oversight mechanisms to succeed. We're trying to think of some sort of concrete or focused solutions. Jillian and I have sometimes talked in other sessions about magic wands, and if people had magic wands, what they would do to try to make change for the communities that they work in and that they're speaking for today. So I think we'll start, Harry, with you leading us off on that question.
Thanks, Emily. I'd like to make two basic points with respect to possible changes. So the first point is that I think police oversight in Nova Scotia needs to be made more democratic. And the second point is that police oversight in Nova Scotia, more aspects of it need to be made mandatory. And so with respect to this first point about democratic accountability, democratic engagement in terms of police oversight, this is an argument that I've developed at much greater length than I could get into here in a paper that I provided to the commission. And my hope is that will be helpful, for the purpose of your deliberations and for the purpose of the report. And so I really only like to make one point right now with respect to democratic engagement. And that's with respect to the ongoing standards review at the provincial level. And and you've heard a tremendous amount about the standards review so far as part of this commission. But I guess I would ask the question, to what extent there has been engagement with sort of civil society groups like our own and public engagement as part of the standards review. And just to provide one anecdote, earlier this week I had the opportunity to speak to a good friend of mine, Brandon Rawle, who's the senior legal counsel at the Justice Institute, the African Nova Scotian Justice Institute. And I think it goes without saying that DPAD, sort of forerunner for the Justice Institute, is the civil society group in the province that has played the largest role in terms of galvanizing police reform and police policy reform in particular in the province of Nova Scotia in the last decade. And I asked Brendan Rawle about this policing standards review. And I said, what involvement does your organization have in this review? And he indicated that he had no involvement himself, and as far as he knew, his organization didn't either. And so I would really encourage, I know that there's membership for various police boards around the province in the standards review, but I would say if there's a desire to move forward with new standards, that there really needs to be engagement with civil society groups and with the public more generally. That would be the first point I want to make around kind of making our police oversight more democratic. And the second point I want to make is about making more aspects of our police oversight framework more mandatory. And so, I actually agree really strongly with Ms. Crichton that the community safety and well-being plans contemplated in Ontario are a really positive thing. I think it's important that things be mandated. But I would also commend the commissioners to remember Professor Roach's point. In reviewing those plans, there are often many of the same difficulties we've heard a lot about, issues in terms of the lack of clarity on who's responsible for what, some jurisdictional issues, and a lack of kind of enforcement or attached to those plans, and finally a lack of funding attached to those plans. So while I think that's very important, I would commend the commissioners to really consult with Professor Roach on that point. There's other things that I think could be made mandatory as well. So for instance, in Ontario, under the Comprehensive Police Service Act, there's a requirement there that police boards be required to create certain policies, and that's provided for under the regulations under the Act. That's not a requirement that exists under our Act. There's no requirements for required policies that police boards create. And there's actually, under the Act that's not yet proclaimed, a requirement that the board engage in mandatory consultation with the community and then publish the findings of that consultation. Again, that's not something that goes on. You heard me say last week that although the board is statutorily responsible for approving the budget annually and is required under 56.2 of the legislation to ensure that the budget is in keeping with the duties of the board, which includes a duty to act as a conduit for the community. Before last year, there was no process in place to engage the public or consult with the public about that budget. You know, if members of the public had the wherewithal, they could sign up and attend a meeting or speak for 5 minutes, but there was no efforts made to act on those duties for the purpose of making it accessible for the public to provide their views until this year. You know, so that's a very, very new change. So I think there's things that can be made mandatory there. And I'm going to speak about one last thing that I think is absolutely essential to this commission. It's directly relevant to the facts of this commission. And it's something that needs to be made mandatory in this province because the fact that it's optional in our province is actually a tremendous aberration from almost every other province in Canada outside of Atlantic Canada. And so that I'm speaking about the issue of fatality inquiries in the province. This is a point I was able to make very, very briefly the other day, and I'm hoping to just speak at a little more length about it. So as I mentioned, you know, I became really involved in kind of police policy work through working with the family of Corey Rogers. And Corey's mother, Jeanette, and I actually presented to the board in 2020 this idea of creating a sobering center, right? A civilian alternative to the drunk tank. And I think you've heard about that as part of some of the work that public safety strategy in Halifax is doing. But unfortunately, Corey's death was not unique. In the province of Nova Scotia, there's been 4 such deaths in drunk tanks since 2009. So there's the death of Victoria Paul, a Mi'kmaq woman in Truro. There was an individual named John Burke who died in the after being detained in the Halifax drunk tank in 2013. In 2013, a 40-year-old man died after being detained in the drunk tank in Liverpool by the RCMP. And in 2019, a man died after being detained in the drunk tank in Amherst. I want to note that one in particular because in that case, the CERT noted that the officers had only received basic first aid training. And as a result, the officers did not have the necessary training to identify that the symptoms the man was exhibiting were actually the result of him having had a stroke and not him being intoxicated. You know, the fact that this man had a stroke went missed by the officers, unfortunately, and he died shortly after being detained. You know, and these are not the only such police-involved deaths in the province. And what I would suggest is that in any other province outside of Atlantic Canada, these deaths would be subject to a mandatory coroner's inquest or fatality review, you know, as overseen by the medical examiner and undertaken by a judge. And however, our Fatality Inquiry Act in the province differs in that there are no circumstances under which a fatality inquiry must be held. And rather, the discretion of holding an inquiry rests entirely with either the chief medical examiner, which is a political appointment, and or the Minister of Justice. And this is different from every province west of Ontario. And as a result of the fact that fatality inquiries in this province are optional, there have only been 2 such inquiries in the last 2 decades. It was the Hyde Inquiry and the Desmond Inquiry. And for comparison, in British Columbia, the Office of the Chief Coroner has the power to call any public inquest themselves, and there are mandatory circumstances under which that must be held. In that province, there were 12 inquests conducted in 2018, of which 7 involved police, either individuals who had died either in police custody or as a result of police use of force. So again, this is a huge discrepancy between our province and effectively every other province in Canada. And I would note that the former Chief Medical Examiner of Nova Scotia, Dr. John Butt, identified this troubling issue with the legislation. And what he said is, quote, "What you're seeing here is a bit of Nova Scotia politics at play. Some of the politics are a bit self-serving to favor the government so that it avoids public scrutiny." And what I want to suggest is that this change in particular needs to be made mandatory so that we can learn from our mistakes. I would suggest that's not happening currently, because in addition to those 4 individuals who died in police custody that I've just mentioned, there's a number of other police-involved deaths resulting from the use of force in Nova Scotia that also haven't been subject to fatality inquiries. So in 2019, that was the shooting death of Michael Spite in Truro. In 2020, there was the shooting death of Richard Wheeler by the RCMP in Eastern Passage. He was a man who'd been described by his neighbors as having significant addiction and mental health problems. And then the death of Bradley Clattenburg in Westfall. And then just 2 weeks ago, the shooting death of a Dartmouth man who had barricaded himself inside his home with a weapon. And I think the point I want to make here is that, you've heard a tremendous amount about the need for greater openness and transparency as part of this inquiry. And I would suggest that this is an area in which our province, unique amongst most provinces in Canada, is actually moving in the opposite direction. So in 2019, the province made changes to the legislation that allowed for the creation of what are called death review committees. They created 2 such committees, one to deal with the deaths of children, and another to deal with domestic homicides, intimate partner homicides. And I would suggest that these committees are sort of fundamentally flawed in a number of respects, including that their use continues to be discretionary. And I would note, sort of in closing, that the province took the extraordinary step under the legislation of isolating the work of death review committees from the FOIPOP Act and from FIA. So you cannot FOIPOP the work of death review committees. There is no requirement that any information from the death review committees, whether they're the findings, the recommendations, that be made public. And since that legislation has come into force, that's been the trend with our province. And I would note also that this was an amendment to legislation that the Privacy Commissioner strongly resisted and wrote a letter to the Law Amendments Committee at the time saying that this was inappropriate. And so again, I want to close on that point. I know it's perhaps a fairly narrow one, but I think it's highly relevant to the work of your commission, of this commission, in particular, how this commission came about. There was at one point before this commission was created, discussions as to whether the Chief Medical Examiner might instead call a fatality inquiry. And it's tremendous that in a province, in the year 2020, so much power would be left with one individual to make that decision, and that individual being a political appointment. So I'm going to close with that if that's all right.
Thanks very much. I see Megan's hand and Sheila's hand. Sheila, and Haley. So I'll just perhaps call on you in the order that you've raised your hands, but if you think that it would be more appropriate for someone else to go first, feel free to say that. So Sheila, I think that was you.
I was going to yield to Megan, but I would like to, if with your permission, Megan, follow up because I wanted to follow up specifically on the fatality inquiry piece that Harry's just raised, which is something East Coast Prison Justice has spent some time thinking about and looking at. So as Harry and I are both, with East Coast Prison Justice, folks who work with people in Nova Scotia jails, I feel compelled to add that calls for fatality inquiries beyond the police involved deaths that Harry mentioned. Calls were also ignored in the following other cases. So one, the death of Gregory Hiles at the East Coast Forensic Hospital in 2019. Second, the death of Joshua Evans, who was a young man with intellectual disabilities. He died at the Central Nova Scotia Correctional Facility in 2018. Jason LeBlanc died at the Cape Breton Correctional Facility in 2016. And in the federal correctional environment, but located in Nova Scotia at the Nova Institution in Truro, Veronica Park and Camille Strickland Murphy died each in 2015. And last in 2014, Clayton Cromwell died at the Central Nova Scotia Correctional Facility. And in each of these cases, as I said, there were calls for fatality inquiries and those didn't happen. So this is just continuing on that theme of oversight that Harry raised. If I can take a moment, I'll just pick up on the further on the question that was raised, which goes to oversight and challenges. And I think you've also asked us to be more forward-looking and thinking about alternatives in this answer. So I'll give that a go. So there's 3 sort of levels of responsiveness that I want to think about, and in a sense, I'm building on the idea of how can we limit and discipline police discretion, which is one of the key, preoccupations of this case. And we've heard a lot about how culture and all kinds of unwanted forces are acting through, intentionally or not, police officers when they exercise their discretion, including to arrest, to strip search, and to become the throughway for the rest of the sorts of carceral responses that the state potentially has in store. And my last example is going to be one that goes a little more directly to disciplining or overseeing the exercise of police discretion. But I want to start by actually, moving way ex ante to go back to the ex post. Before. I want to go way upstream, is what I'm saying, and think about changes that might be made by reinvesting in community, and specifically to start in preventive community supports. And here I'd mentioned that I was at the Standing Committee on Community Services last week, and they were speaking to the Department of Community Services about the slowness of the closure of large institutions for persons with disabilities in Nova Scotia, and why that is, and wanted an update. And one of the things put before government at that time, and my theme here again, is investing in preventive, supportive mechanisms to strengthen community. One of the things put before the committee was that almost 1,000 people are unnecessarily in large disability institutions, large mid-sized disability institutions, and that's contrary to a ruling of the Nova Scotia Court of Appeal that said it was discrimination to force people with disabilities to the insupportable choice of living in an institution far from home, or staying on a wait list, sort of languishing on a wait list with no supports or no adequate supports. There are almost 2,000 people in the province who are languishing, waiting for appropriate supports and recognized as such. And some of them have been doing that for decades. So when I say invest in community safety, there are so many investments that we can be mindful of. So investments in access to the social determinants of health, including housing and food security, including opportunities for recreation, including responsive services for children in crisis and children experiencing trauma. And I do want to bring it back to this case and ask ourselves, sort of meaningfully, is there anything we can imagine? You asked us to imagine sort of popping up or being present in the life of a young man who's being subjected to trauma at home that might have even potentially cut a slightly different path for that person. And so investing in supports for children and in lifting children out of poverty. And we have so many in Nova Scotia. These are all things that I think at the big picture level, we have to put on the table as we think about modes of preventing the kind of violent, tragic act that we're speaking to today. Moving down just one level, providing sustainable funding for support specifically directed at persons involved in the criminal justice system. And so here I'm thinking of wraparound social and health and addictions supports, as well as access to housing where that's needed, the kinds of supports that have been innovated and delivered in ways that I understand to be profoundly responsive to the lives and the circumstances of, in particular, women and non-binary people in our province who are justice involved. And that's services provided by Coverdale Court Work Society and the Elizabeth Fry Society. So this goes back to my point on the high rates of remand, because I felt that I had sort of left you with that, 75% of folks kind of languishing in jail remanded pretrial. Some of those folks will not be found guilty. They will have just served a lot of hard time and experienced all the corrosive effects that I'm saying are destructive of public safety on a thesis of risk prevention. One of those risks being, you know, preventing the possibility the person will not show up at their trial. The legal folks around the table know that it's a legal requirement that pre-trial detention be resorted to only where necessary and as a last resort. That's the Antic case in 2017. And the same goes for placing conditions on pre-trial release. Well, for so many people, what is missing, and in particular for people who our colleagues at Coverdale Court Work and EFRI would describe as people with needs of high acuity, what's missing is a place to stay, an address, but more than that, the supports to be able to avoid breaching conditions, the supports needed in order to live sustainably and as well as possible in circumstances where one is justice involved in the community. And we have a lovely example. I'm not going to belabor it, but it's really an important example here in the province of an innovation of that sort that was short-lived because of failure of sustainable funding. And the theme that I want to pick up as I very briefly develop this example is a theme that you also heard from Heidi Marshall when she was speaking to the organization Paula's Place in Cape Breton that was supporting Indigenous women who were experiencing various kinds of struggles and who were, for all kinds of profoundly understandable reasons, very suspicious of the state. One of the things that I heard in that testimony was the terrible scarcity that community-based organizations like Paula's Place and like Coverdale Court Work Society and EFRI, the terrible scarcity that they face as an environment of funding and sustainable funding for the kinds of absolutely important, innovative work that they do. So the example
Sheila, Sheila, I'm sorry to cut you off. I'm aware that we have about 20 more minutes in this conversation.
Okay.
And I want to make sure that we give Megan and Haley a chance on this topic because I think you're also dovetailing into the next question. So
I'm so sorry. I somehow thought that we were keeping, I thought we were going to collapse the two questions somehow from what you had said. So I'll be very quick then. I'm going to park that example. And I'll just speak to very briefly two ways of placing limits on or disciplining police discretion at point of contact with folks who potentially may be pulled into the carceral system. And one of the examples is pre-charge screening. So pre-charge screening is a system of Crown review and oversight of the decision of officers to lay charges in criminal cases. And this system is in place in New Brunswick, in Quebec, in BC. I'm not sure where it's at in Alberta, but I know it was piloted with optimism. It led to, in the Alberta pilot, I understand, a 21% decrease in commenced cases and 29% decrease in criminal charges laid, with little to no impact on the timeliness of laying charges. And so I give that example as one way that oversight of police decisions and exercise of discretion at point of laying charges, which commences, as you know, so many consequences for folks in terms of their involvement with the criminal justice system, as something to consider as we talk about ways of reining in the kinds of harms that are done by police actions. And the second, very briefly, thing that I'd mention is something that's raised in one of the appendices to the defund report that Harry was one of the authors of. And it speaks to section 496 of the criminal code that came into effect in 2019 on administration of justice offenses. And that says where a person is suspected of committing a breach, an administration of justice offense, a peace officer can issue an appearance notice to attend a judicial referral hearing rather than lay charges. And what's pointed out in this, the defund report after an access to information request is that Halifax regional police officers had at the time of writing the report used their authority under that section, brought into force in 2019, only 8 times, as I understand it. And so that's a lost opportunity potentially as well. Okay, so I'm going to stop there. Thanks very much.
Thanks so much. So I'll just turn, I think, to Megan and then to Haley, just to maybe answer as succinctly as you can with regard to change that's needed to make effective police oversight. And then we will do just one short round with regard to the 4th question. So go ahead, Megan.
Thank you. All right, I'm gonna pick back up on some comments that I made yesterday after the Police Oversight Roundtable, and it's a desire for our democratically elected officials to use their policymaking powers a lot more and proactively provide clear policy and direction to both the public and police about, particularly around issues where force could be used or detention and arrest. A lot of these things are left to policy. And I'm actually going to really recommend that the commissioners and the commission staff not necessarily accept that the standard making process that has been used or in the past is the best route going forward. So for instance, we have policing standards in BC, and from what I can tell from looking at the Nova Scotia policing standards, they seem very similar in that they apply to the chief constable or the people at the top of a particular policing agency. And what it says something like, if you do this, then you must have policies about that kind of thing. Now, from a rule of law perspective, there's a lot of issues, I think, with this approach. First of all, I'm the only civil society representative on the standards making body in BC, which in and of itself is not a great thing. And this goes to Harry's point about more inclusion and community inclusion and democratic governance when you are setting these standards to begin with. Is that communities should be involved and they should be aware, they should see drafts. And actually, as a legal practitioner and somebody who used to be involved in the legislative making process, when I first got into the area of police accountability, I was struck by how strange it was that the standards were being made, from what I can tell, without any kind of legal services branch being involved. And so even the language of the standards, at least in the context of British Columbia, is it more so seems to be like a political exercise, arriving at a compromise around a table, and the table is heavily resourced by policing people. So it will be, police union, police chiefs. There's I can provide membership lists, and it's unclear to me who is at the table in Nova Scotia. But when it comes to how police are going to provide a 16-year-old with their rights upon arrest and detention, or how they can use force, I think it's really, really important, definitely for a legal services branch to be involved. But it doesn't appear that that's the case. So it seems like this really loose, strange way to get at how the police can actually behave on any given day. And this has a really bad upshot when it comes to the policing practices potentially discriminating against people or going the wrong way. So an example that I can give is that there was somebody was stopped a couple of years ago here in BC, in Vancouver. He was quite sophisticated enough, and he wasn't from a marginalized community, so he felt comfortable to use an accountability mechanism. He had been searched, and the police searched him for his identity documents and collected his identity without having enough without actually having the right to do that, right? And if you look at on paper, the policing standards, sure, the minister is told police that they have to, you know, advise everybody of their rights, but there's a lot of disconnect in terms of that flowing downwards to actually the beat cop on the ground, because in the case where the beat cops, their training isn't updated, or they just haven't even been told about the latest case law. Like if there's a new Supreme Court decision, it's unclear about if they even get a briefing about that, right? But again, if you look at the standards, it will say things like the chief of police has to make sure that the police know where the case law is at, right? But there's not enough resourcing going into this. So when the rubber hits the road and people actually try to hold police accountable for these violations of their rights, the oversight bodies as they're currently struck and the way that they look at everything and misconduct is that police will continue to be not held accountable. In the case that I mentioned, it took the fellow 3 years to get before a hearing to say that 2 Vancouver police officers had searched him and gotten his wallet and gotten his personal information when he wasn't a criminal at all and hadn't done anything wrong. And 3 years later, it was found that there was no misconduct. So we have associations like my own have many ample stories about this, how even like after the fact, the accountability mechanisms won't work, which is why we're so focused on getting it right at the outset so that hopefully the people who are enforcing laws understand it all very clearly, and that the people that they are surveilling or just interacting with also have a good understanding of what to expect in that interaction and that what they can do if they think something might have gone awry. Yeah, so yeah, I just really, the standard making, the approach to governing policing through standards seems very disproportionate or out of step with really just how important a service policing is in our community right now. And it's just a really strange governance approach. So I would just say, if you're thinking that the standard making approach, and if it can be reinvigorated and properly funded, that will take care of everything, I just really want to caution you otherwise, because it's a really strange legal instrument, if it even is a legal instrument, because it's not, frankly, it's not even a regulation. It's just kind of like words on a piece of paper that were arrived at through compromise, at least from my experience with standards. And it's just a really strange way to get at, you know, like I say, such important aspects of how we interact with the state. I guess a final point I'll make is just there are also, we heard a lot about the good work that's going on at the Civilian Review and Complaints Commission and how there is a bill before Parliament about the oversight mechanism for the RCMP. I'd like to highlight that there are some really big gaps even with how the oversight agency, basically civilian employees of the RCMP and even reservists from our experience aren't included in that oversight mechanism. And frequently these are people that are used, they're in charge of a lot of important things. And when people have come and tried to hold them accountable, we realize that there's just that massive gap in the law. And from what we know, the bill before Parliament isn't going to fix that gap either. So I would just hope that you would also look at how comprehensive these mechanisms should be as well, and that they should probably also apply to civilian staff and reservists. Thank you.
Thanks, Megan. Haley, there's been a lot of ideas thrown around, and both starting from very upstream and then in the development of standards, and then what accountability looks like at the after effects. So I'm not sure what you'd like to comment on, but I'll hand the microphone over to you.
Thank you very much. And I guess I'll just begin by saying that there's no way that we can, cover all of the facets of these topics in the time that we're allotted in any of these roundtables. If we could have, much more time, I'm sure we would all gladly take it. Firstly, I just wanted to speak with respect to the comments on the standards. I completely respect and appreciate the experiences that you've had, Megan, with the standard development process in BC. From the Nova Scotia perspective, we are currently looking at how to involve community more broadly in the review process. I'll also note that membership includes police, but it also includes police board resources, Department of Justice Policy Information Management Division, and also legal services as well in our drafting process. At the end of the day, these policing standards will be enacted as regulations under the Nova Scotia Police Act as well, so they will become formalized regulations in the future. Again, trying to be brief, but also acknowledging not to speak too quickly. Obviously, I do think the policing standards are important, but I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge Mr. Critchley's earlier comments about capacity. I have the utmost respect for the people that work in public safety and security division. Of course, I have admiration for all of their work. However, we also look for resources as well. So I acknowledge, that's going to be part of this process, is ensuring that these new projects are resourced appropriately to build that capacity. Forward thinking though, I think that there should be or ought to be greater and more meaningful connection between local police governance bodies and the province. I think that that's quite well needed. And I think, from public safety division's perspective, we have established 2 training programs, one training program for municipal police boards and a secondary program for police advisory boards. And we are actively going out into community and providing those trainings. However, what's needed is a really formalized approach to ensuring a consistent and sustainable engagement between the municipal level boards and the province as well. I think that that's one very tangible area that can be looked at. I think also addressing some oversight jurisdictional confusion to clearly map out which level of government or community level is responsible for what, and formalize, again, how we're required to speak to each other. So this is especially important for complex areas of shared responsibility, for example, policing on First Nations, and also the provincial PPSA resources that are deployed to provide municipal level policing. So I think that there is a need to ensure clearly defined areas of responsibility and then require different levels of communication. And finally, noting the time, I'm just going to make one more point, and that is, I think it's important as we look to the future to establish data sharing requirements to support appropriate levels of transparency, respecting the need to ensure individual level privacy considerations, of course, and also to ensure the integrity of investigations is upheld. So I'll measure my comments with those 2 factors as well. And I think that what comes hand in hand with that is also establishing responsible data reporting requirements as well to contextualize findings. So just as police might be required to provide data, I think that those who receive it must be required to responsibly report it by ensuring that they address the contextual variables of the data that they're looking to report. So in trying to be brief, Ms. Hill, that is my response. Thanks.
You covered a great deal in a short period of time. Thank you for that. Given the time, my suggestion is that we just do one round, perhaps in the same order that we went through last time. Just one idea, just one under 60-second idea about what is needed to support non-carceral approaches to justice and community safety. Sheila, I acknowledge that you spent some time addressing that question last in terms of some upstream responses, addressing childhood poverty, addressing issues with access to bail. So I appreciate those comments and I'm thinking about them in response to this question. But I wonder if, just out of respect for the time, we can just ask Harry, then Sheila, then Megan, then Haley, just to give us one quick sentence on what you thought of with regard to that last question. So Harry.
Sure, maybe just within the non-carceral approaches, again, focus specifically on police oversight. I think there's a need for consistency. And here I'd echo a recommendation from BCCLA submissions to the Special Legislative Committee in BC on the review of the Police Act there, that bodies like CERT in our province have the ability to investigate the RCMP as a result of federal provincial agreements. And I know that's the same in BC. And so I encourage the commission, again, in the interest of thinking bold, to think about how can we bring consistency to the standards of accountability and oversight for the RCMP and municipal agencies through those kinds of federal provincial agreements. So, for example, would it be possible to provide advisory boards with the same powers as police boards vis-a-vis the RCMP? Would it be possible to hold the RCMP to the complaints process under the Nova Scotia Police Act via federal provincial agreements? And again, this is an important point, particularly in the Halifax context, where we have integration between police forces. And I can tell you that this results in really tricky situations, particularly in the context of CID, where you may have an RCMP officer and an HRP officer working on the same investigation. And if there's concerns, that requires the launching of two different complaints, following through on two different processes.
Thank you. Sheila, one point you can make in a brief period.
Yes, and again, I want to apologize as I was sort of cramming two things into my answer to the last question, but I will go back to the example that I was going to give in just to frame it brief. There's been a lot of focus on, non-coercive approaches to mental health crisis, so non-police involved, responses to mental health crisis, and we would, add our voices to that. But I think we want to take it a little bit further and think harder about preventive approaches, and we also need to think carefully about how we can avoid replicating, coercion in the actions of the professionals and others who may be tasked with that role. So accountability and data sharing, disaggregated data sharing, and so on, sensitive to experiences of coercion in that field is something that I would want to just put on the table. And then last, I just want to go back to the point of, and on the same point, sustainable funding for organizations, community-based organizations that are doing the work of preventing the kinds of crises that the policing and wider correctional and justice system are now sort of picking up the pieces of. And while I can't develop it, the example I was going to give, which was a collaboration between John Howard, Elizabeth Fry Society, and Coverdale Courtwork Society, responding on the quick to the mass decarceration in our province that accompanied the onset of COVID-19. So 40% of the jailed population was released within about 2 weeks. And what was demonstrated at that time and in that one experiment of the three organizations coming together was how much possibility and potential there is in the knowledge now held by community-based organizations to support and prevent crisis. So none of the folks that were supported through that JEC breached, that was during a period, 2020, when the crime rate in Nova Scotia actually went down. That mass decarceration was accompanied by a lessening in the crime rate. And to my mind, that's a place to start as we think about, what to invest in sustainably through core funding, not simply project funding, to build on those kinds of successes. And again, very last point, because it seems like we've come so far from our topic of public safety and preventing the kinds of atrocities as happened in this case, in the mass casualty, but those connections are absolutely front of mind for our organizations, for others, and for the folks we represent, who are the most vulnerable to state-backed violence and all of the consequences of that for communities. Thanks.
Thank you. And I do appreciate your comments earlier and how it related to this question. Megan, just if you had one thought you wanted to share about supporting non-carceral approaches to justice and community safety, if you have a comment on that very briefly.
I agree with my colleagues who have spoken, and just to say that that the services and the experts and the people are there. We have them in our communities. It's just a matter of transforming our systems and sustainably funding them. I mean, I don't even want to talk about funding, but just basically saying, you know, like this is a transformational choice we're making as a culture, particularly around mental health. We need, I would say, stop with the pilot projects, just go for it. We've got the expertise. We've got the people there. They just don't have the funding. So it's just shifting resources as a culture. And that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Haley, did you have any comment on this question?
Quickly just acknowledging the need for a societal and contextual shift as well as we move towards alternative forms of service delivery. I always go back to the example of an emergency occurring at 2 a.m. Who is an individual going to call? Through normalization of the system that we currently have, often the answer is police, regardless of other viable options being available. So just to acknowledge that kind of a broader societal cultural shift is also required to support the options. Thank you.
Thank you. And so, commissioners, you've covered a lot of content since our break, and I haven't given the microphone back to you. So I would invite any questions or comments that you have at this stage, recognizing that we have just gone over time, but I know that I expect that our panelists would stay with us for a few minutes longer if there were questions that you have.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
No, I
Commissioner
was just
Fitch?
going to say. Thank you. I don't have any questions of the panel today, but again, appreciate all the wise input and the papers that have been presented in the articles. I'm sure that it is going to go a long way in informing our recommendations, which is really the purpose of today's exercise in a lot of ways. So thank you very much.
Sheila, I think you're trying to get in to say something.
I'm so sorry. I wanted to just correct something that I said earlier, since it's on the record. I made a statement that the number of judicial review hearings since the introduction of Section 496 into the criminal code, that's the one on review of breach of conditions. It was 12 between 2019 and 2021. I think I said 8. So I just wanted to clarify that. Sorry about that. It was a response to an access to information request that I'm just looking at now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me now. I apologize. I have been listening along and reading on the interpretive screen, but I had some internet connectivity issues that meant that my video was not on, but I've been paying close attention. Harry, I didn't see in your chapter, and I might have missed it or might just not be recalling because it's a while ago, the article that you sent or that was included in the roundtable package for September 8th. But you did mention in your in that roundtable about having advisory boards have the same powers as municipal boards. And I wonder if you could just give a few examples of what you have in mind there, please.
Well, I mean, so advisory boards work in an advisory capacity. They can recommend priorities. They can recommend policies. I think there's now a clear understanding through, legal opinions that have been provided about our municipal police boards that so long as municipal police boards don't extend into the areas prohibited jurisdiction under the Act under 55.1, that they are able to impose policies and they can have direction to chiefs of police, and that direction is binding, right? So I would suggest that that's a major difference between the work of advisory boards, which make recommendations, and police boards, which provide direction, and particularly direction in respect of policy. And I would suggest that in keeping with maybe Professor Roach's point, that this is an area where there is a need for significant policy review and policy development, and boards are an important vehicle for that to occur. I provide some examples in the paper of what I see as effective board governance, and I'll give some examples of the Toronto Police Service Board, providing policies to the police that are mandatory. But again, I would also stress, in keeping with some of Megan's points, that policy and standards are themselves a sort of squirrely form of governance. I think, as you heard from Professor Roche and a number of other individuals, there's been an advocacy both by Parliament and provincial legislatures of providing clear statutory powers to the police and clear statutory direction. There's concerns around the enforceability of both standards and policies. I appreciate Ms. Crichton's point that there are going to be regulations under the Act. But I mean, one concern as well, so beyond enforceability, is accessibility and transparency. So it might be the case that you have a standard that says any police service that has a canine unit is required to have these policies in respect of that canine unit. But currently, there's only one police force in the entirety of Canada, which is the Vancouver Police Department, which provides its policies in a publicly accessible form. That's an initiative that some of my colleagues and I have been working on with Halifax Board to ensure that the Halifax Police provide their policies to the public online. But I would suggest, a major failing of transparency to create public standards that require the creation of policies that are not themselves available to the public.
Thanks so much. I really appreciate that. A couple of examples, and thanks to all of you for your contributions both today and throughout our process. It's been very valuable to us. So thank you very much.
Yes, let me add to that. Thank you all so very much. One thing with the commission that we are so very fortunate for is the fact that people have stepped up to help us. Whenever we ask, people step up, and you've done that today to assist us, and many of you have done it more than once, and we greatly appreciate it, particularly because it's obvious to us that you've put a lot of thought into this, you've put a lot of preparation into it, and your comments are pragmatic and thoughtful. Some common themes that are emerging on collaboration and consistency. And we've been asked to courageously reimagine public safety, and what you have said is consistent with that, and we greatly appreciate it. And we greatly appreciate your day-to-day work. All of you are also dedicated in the work you do and the important interests you represent. And if I may be so bold to add to your work, when we make our recommendations, which will be enriched by your participation, we would ask you to become champions and advocates as well for our recommendations, because that will be very important for all of us to help keep our communities safe. So I would greatly appreciate that on behalf of my fellow commissioners, and I'm so elated to see the nods around the virtual table. So thank you so much. And I'm happy to see that Christina Fifield, Ms. Fifield from Avalon Sexual Assault Center is now with us. And as Commissioner Fitch has said, Ms. Fifield, you have a presentation for us, a report to present on insights from community outreach with marginalized communities, including potential recommendations, again, to help with community safety. So it's my pleasure indeed to thank you for appearing yet again and for presenting your report. So whenever you're ready, thank you so much.
Hi, can you guys hear me there? Perfect. So I'd just like to acknowledge that I'm here in Mi'kma'ki, the ancestral and unceded territory of Mi'kma'ki people. And I just want to thank the Commission for allowing me to come here today to present the work that Avalon has been doing in the community with individuals that have been impacted by the perpetrator of the mass casualty events. And I just want to do give a few little details before I get into this, just around how this report has been structured and why it's been structured in the way it has. So This report is not going to look like other reports, like commission reports, I guess, foundational documents where there's a lot of trauma specific details around events of violence. So it's more rather gathering themes of gender-based violence that was perpetrated on marginalized individuals. And then looking at the barriers to services, why individuals, why there's a silence around violence and the gaps in services, and then the recommendations moving forward. I want to acknowledge that for the families that have been most impacted by the April 18th and 19th mass casualty events, that this report on gender-based violence and may not be, it's going to be difficult to hear for families, and it might not be helpful to you all, but Avalon does believe that these conversations are necessary for creating safer communities for all individuals in our province moving forward. And our thoughts and our prayers continue to be with you all. And I also just want to acknowledge too that this report may provide information to Lisa Banfield and her family. And I want to acknowledge that also too may be very difficult to hear. And that Avalon believes too that these voices of marginalized individuals who have experienced violence from the perpetrator are crucial to the Commission's work. And our thoughts and our prayers are continuing to be with you all and for health and wellness moving forward. The other, I want to just, for people that are, have not been aware of what's been going on with the work, this work took place fairly quickly in trying to get it together to get something and making sure that these voices were not missed in the work of the Commission. So I do want to acknowledge that we were not able to reach all individuals, marginalized individuals, racialized individuals who potentially have been impacted by the perpetrator. And that we know from hearing and through this work that there sounds like there might be others who may not be ready to share, or if ever ready to share, and that's okay. But we just want people to know that we will be here. Avalon will be here if you're needing to reach out for services. And at the end of the report, there is information about our services. And if anything that is coming up that's triggering, or for other survivors that have been impacted, please know that we are here for you. So basically what has happened is this work definitely would not have been able to take place without the work of our community navigator, Shai Gordon. And I've talked at previous roundtables that I've been a part of about Shai's work and this new position over the last 2 years here at Avalon, where Shai is working as a navigator in the African Nova Scotian communities, and the importance of that role and how it's been a key role in providing a stepping stone approach and creating more pathways for individuals who would not normally engage with Avalon services to come into services and to get connected. So I just want to acknowledge how important Shai has been in this work. Shai was one of the facilitators in this work, so just need to acknowledge that. So basically with the Avalon Sexual Assault Centers in a coalition with Leaf and Wellness, and that in our participation in this public inquiry as a direct service provider to sexual violence and sexual harassment and other forms of abuse and oppression and marginalization, that we felt that there was a gap in what we were seeing, and we with all of the work that was being done, and we just felt that because we had knowledge of information from individuals that Shai specifically is connected to and working with, that we wanted to try to create safe space for individuals to be able to first off feel that there is a space to come together and to be able to talk. And that was somehow reflected back to the Commission in this work ahead, as you guys are, as your team is working towards recommendations and doing this final report. So we put in a proposal basically what it looked like was just making sure that safety, confidentiality, it was trauma informed and culturally responsive, that it was safe spaces being set up in the community, and that we were listening to what the needs were for those individuals who were looking for that space, and what that was going to look like for them. And the gatherings, so we did 4 gatherings, and it's reflected in the report. One over in Cole Harbour, 2 in Dartmouth North, and 1 in Halifax North. There has been other communities identified that we should need to be doing this work in, specifically around individuals that have been impacted by the perpetrator based on feedback from other survivors that attended these spaces. So commission staff, some of the commission staff was a part of all of these meetings. So I want to thank the staff from the commission that showed up, and how safe space was created, and how everyone showed up to those meetings. And I think what people, taking a step back and really listening to what has happened here, and what is needed moving forward. So the spaces that were determined with the facilitators, that was determined with the individuals that were going to be using those spaces, and making sure that that space was safe in the community, because there's oftentimes spaces that are not safe for some individuals. And so that was carefully done with our facilitators, both Shy and Deb, in making sure that people were feeling safe about where those meetings were going to take place. And individuals were provided information about the options regarding sharing evidence with the commission. So the commission staff and along with Avalon had lots of conversations with individuals and provided, options for what people wanted to see with the information. So if individuals wanted to speak to the commission and provide evidence, then that was done through anonymization, and making sure that the confidentiality and safety was protected, while other individuals wanted to, be in the spaces, share, and really be a part of what they're identifying, what the voices and survivors in this space were identifying as major, gaps, major themes of normalization of violence, and violence being perpetrated against their community members. So I'm going to talk a bit about specifically some of the themes that came up with individuals who had direct experiences with the perpetrator. And again, based on the work we do here at Avalon, we don't, in our work, we don't need every trauma detail to believe survivors. I want to make that, I really want to stress that point, because I think through this whole inquiry that this has come up in many different ways. And I know Avalon and our coalition with Leaf and Wellness, was doing work around the lead up to Lisa Banfield testifying, and the victim blaming that happens, and people really getting focused on, what we were talking about yesterday. Emily Stewart said this yesterday about a person needing to recount and have every single trauma-related detail aligning with maybe a previous report to the police. And we don't operate like that here. That's not part of, that is actually can be really harmful at times to survivors and victims who've experienced trauma. So that's why we're not going to talk about all of those trauma-specific details. So a common theme identified by all individuals, whether they attended all of the engagement meetings or 1 or 2 or 3 of them, was that the perpetrator of the mass casualty events was a well-known household name among many African Nova Scotian communities, and that the perpetrator's power and privilege in his role as a white dentress allowed a continuum of violence to occur, and this violence oftentimes looked like preying upon individuals that were vulnerable and marginalized and racialized. And one quote from one of the women that attended was that he was known to exploit racialized women. And there's lots of quotes, and I'm not going to present them all, but in the report there's a lot of information that I think really shows what has been going on, especially in our African Nova Scotian communities around violence. The other theme that came up was that at the meeting was that all participants shared that when interacting with the perpetrator, he presented to them as having a lot of confidence. He often bragged about providing dental work and services at a reduced cost. And that when individuals could not pay that full cost for the dental services provided to them, that the perpetrator was known to use to sexually exploit those who sought his services. And he had a reputation of being known to exchange in situations and with some of the individuals that had attended our sessions, dental work for sex. The perpetrator was known to make sexually suggestive comments to marginalized clients who visit his clinic, and was known to some individuals to have crossed professional boundaries and violating his codes of ethics, and abused his position of power over vulnerable and marginalized, racialized individuals within the communities that he engaged. And I just want to point to two of the, one specifically, foundational documents that I think there's some really important things. And I was reviewing it again. I had already read this, but after doing this work, I was reading it earlier, and I think there's many themes that come out in other information that is done in that that is documented in that foundational document. And it's the foundational document of the perpetrator's violent behavior towards others. And the themes and what was disclosed in our meetings with survivors and victims who were impacted by the perpetrator. After going back and reading that document, it really highlighted common themes, common things that he was doing, not just with women, with other individuals he was engaged with. And it really speaks to how the depth of violence that the perpetrator was using over a long period of time. There was also a theme, and I'm going to talk about this. I think this is important for the recommendations part, and trying to figure out where things, how this happened. And one thing that continued to come up was the Department of Community Services, DCS, provided provincial funds to the perpetrator to deliver services to marginalized members of the community who were receiving employment support, income assistance, and those on disability support program. And I'm not sure the nature of this looks like it was subsidies, and there might not have been a direct contract with him, but he was an individual that could bill the province when individuals were coming in who fit into, who were receiving income assistance or the disability support program. And one thing that was highlighted was that because the individual was, when people are getting quotes for receiving services, oftentimes individuals are asked to get, 3 quotes. And the perpetrator in this situation was, providing a service at a reduced cost from like a lot of his other people that were providing the same service. And it was shared that individuals felt that that DCS would have done the proper screening and vetting of any individuals who were being able to provide those, services. And I'll come more to that at the end when we're, like I said, when we're getting to the recommendations. We learned that the perpetrator encouraged some marginalized and racialized individuals to consider getting their teeth pulled so he could give them a mouthful of beautiful teeth. And was also known to encourage individuals who were on income assistance recipients to refer their friends and family to his clinic, and he would provide them with cash compensation for a referral incentive. And that the perpetrator was known to be bragging about the low rates. Our findings from the engagement with the individuals who attended, it seemed like the Halifax Dental Office was the place where a lot of the sexual violence was taking place. Individuals were aware of the Dartmouth office, but it seems that more activity was taking place over in the Halifax location. So just highlighting that. And that there was individuals who self-identified as being sex workers who were directly involved and engaged with the individual, but also had shared that. So because of what they were seeing with him, and that they had a fear of him, and they stopped engagement with him based on different things that were taking place around violence and his anger and aggression. Now I want to turn to talking about what individuals felt was really important for your team to know about violence that's taking place in marginalized and racialized communities. And what is really important as the commission moves forward, but also our province moves forward in addressing gender-based violence that is taking place. And I know there's been many conversations that have been happening with this commission's work around the normalization of violence. And it was continued to be reinforced through our work with survivors through these engagement meetings around the normalization that is internalized from a young age in both the African, Nova Scotian, Black, and Indigenous communities. Sexual violence towards young girls and young boys is normalized and common, and too often sexual abuse is viewed, not viewed as violence, but rather as a right to which men are entitled. I had two individuals who have reviewed this report, who attended the meetings, the engagement meetings, the safe spaces, and they wanted me to share something that they felt is really important for the work of the commission, but also to be stated, is that there's a lot of incest that is taking place in rural and marginalized communities, and it's not safe to talk about this. And when individuals do try to talk about it, that they're rejected by family and friends and community, and retaliation can even take place. And that it's really important that as we continue to figure out the roots, the systemic issues, what needs to be, what areas we need to focus on moving forward, that there needs to be a focus here. And there needs to be this code of silence that is taking place. We need to start talking about it because it's not safe to talk about it. And they wanted me to let you all know how important that is and how difficult that is for them living in communities, small communities, African Nova Scotian communities, to be able to talk about that without being further rejected or silenced. I think that some important quotes that came up is that violence that happens in the home must stay in the home. I internalized, I'm disposable. I knew nothing but abuse as a young adult. there's a code of silence in Black communities. And, you know, why is it not safe? So this conversation happened at all of our meetings, and, you know, a theme that it comes down to this is that individuals don't feel they'll be believed. And in small communities, in rural communities, and in Black and Indigenous communities, there's further, they feel that they're further not going to be believed by their families and friends. And that this directly puts them in a situation within their small communities to be, again, rejected, for more abuse to happen, right? And to be further silenced, and how that isolation happens when you think that a family member or a friend, that they're a safe person, and then when you get that message back. So it's even harder, I think, we need to acknowledge that for racialized individuals, that it's hard for so many survivors and victims to come forward, but it's even harder when that rejection is taking place among small communities, between families, in your own family, and in the home, and how that further isolates you from being able to be safe and moving on from violence that is being perpetrated. Another area that was identified in our work was that overall schools are not tailored to address violence taking place in Black and Indigenous communities, and there continues to be little mention of sexual exploitation and trafficking of young people. Too often, teachers avoid dealing with violence in their classrooms and are not adequately equipped to handle the complexities of violence happening in marginalized homes and communities that show up in school. And due to large part of the lack of resources, our education system in Nova Scotia fails to meet the unique needs of children whose families have been impacted by generational trauma, and those currently experiencing violence in the home and that when individuals do respond in school, that they're not being met when their teachers or, guidance counselors or principals, that response is not happening in a culturally responsive and survivor-centered. One thing that really I want to really emphasize, and I know it's been coming up as well, but there's no third-party reporting options, and this is vitally important, especially for individuals that have had a long history and continued history of violence being used against them by police, people in positions of power, and third-party reporting options that fall outside of police need to be taking place, and that is in our recommendations, and that individuals need options around what that third-party reporting looks like, and having individuals that are both from the African Nova Scotian and Indigenous communities being a part of those teams that are supporting survivors and victims that are coming forward and reporting so that they feel safe. And another theme is overall the lack of diverse staff in doing this work, both in police, but also in community-based organizations and services, and the lack of leadership. Diverse individuals. And I think it's important to note here about so this came up, and this conversation, this was a theme that came up quite a bit, is that when organizations or the police or, any service provider is having one staff person looking after the entire community's needs. So if it's an African Nova Scotian support worker placed in their community to work, how the community is looking at that individual, and how they're not often supported, but also how the community is seeing how overwhelmed the person is by what is taking place and the unique needs of the community. And when we're looking at violence, services that provide gender-based violence, intimate partner violence services, is that the weight of that, and I think we heard that earlier this week from Heidi in Cape Breton, who was talking about there's no separation. So for a lot of us that are doing this work, there's a separation between our work and our community. But when our, African, Nova Scotian, and Indigenous workers are working in their community, and because of the trauma that they have experienced and their communities have experienced, that it makes it even more difficult for that person. And that oftentimes individuals will not reach out to that person because they see that they're burdening that individual who's in that role. And that we should be concerned about that for the individuals who are doing those roles, but also that some community members see that the person is failing them in the community. And that's really not fair. We're really setting up our African, Nova Scotian, Indigenous staff to fail in those positions, and they're carrying a lot in doing the work in their communities, and they need to be properly supported and properly staffed. And then about services and how services are even funded, that most of our services and most of our funding is based on this Western perspective, right? And again, a lot of our services are this one size fits all, right? And we've talked a lot about this in the commission's work as well, right? And that doesn't work. That doesn't work for any individual. It definitely doesn't work for individuals that have experienced so much racism, so much violence. And we need to be finding ways to make sure that there's alternative ways that services are provided, reducing barriers to services. I'm going to stop there before I get into recommendations to ask if there's any questions or from commissions.
I have none. Thank you so much. None so far.
Same here, Christina. Thank you. Listening intently.
Okay.
As am I. Please continue.
Okay. We'd really encourage everyone to read the full, this report. I can't possibly talk about everything that's in the report. I'm trying to reflect the most important things that came out of this work. But I do think there's a lot of other important work that is reflected in the report that helps form a better acknowledgement of what needs to take place here. So some of the key recommendations is that the province needs to be responsible for introducing mandatory gender-based violence and bystander intervention training and curriculum in our school systems, and that this education really focuses too on sexual exploitation and trafficking and consent. All provincial and federally funded services be required to have transparency and visibility regarding their code of conduct and complaint processes available online and posted in locations where direct services are provided to the public. Professionals registered to a professional body should additionally be required to post their code of conduct, ethics, and standards of practice with the registration numbers visible to all service users. All service providers should be required to discuss their codes of ethics, codes of conduct, and complaint processes with all individuals who access their services so that an individual is informed of their rights. And I just want to give a little more context to this. So it was said by a number of individuals that have attended these spaces that when they go into a doctor's office or into see their dentist or to another service they're seeing, counseling, oftentimes, too often, what they see is how they're supposed to act, right? So they see like a code of conduct basically that they need to adhere to. But they don't see any transparency or anything that's visible around if I experience violence, harassment, or abuse or harmed, that there is any unethical things that come up while here as a client, right, or as a patient. How do I navigate that? How do I bring a complaint forward? How do I address this? Oftentimes people don't realize that there's professional regulatory bodies that are also attached. So a person, could be in a private practice, or they could be working for an organization, nonprofit, or, are under Nova Scotia Health. So there could be separate complaint processes that happen in regards to handling those situations, just like we were talking about, RCMP and policing over the last the last 2 weeks. There's very little transparency when individuals are also coming into other services outside of the police, including nonprofit organizations, but also individuals that are going to places where people have a private practice. And there should be full transparency around this. Individuals have identified that to feel safe as marginalized, racialized, as Black individuals going in, they need to see this so that they know that if something does happen, that there is a clear pathway to report, that also that those standards of practices and codes of ethics and that violence is not going to be tolerated. That would help them feeling safer in going into and meeting with professionals, going into a doctor's office where they're behind closed doors, or going and sitting in a dentist chair. And these are really, really important. And I know that from hearing this from individuals who, were communicating this, I know we took this back to Avalon to address immediately, and it's a really, really important thing that I think is needed moving forward around when we're talking about transparency. And it's not just transparency with police policy and complaints, it's for all of us. And if we're really going to address ending violence and dealing with violence, there needs to be transparency in all these organizations and all of these other services that are taking this as well. The province needs to implement a third-party reporting program. This comes up all the time for survivors and victims, especially of sexual violence. Going to the police, we know that sexual assault, oftentimes individuals are not believed. Oftentimes there's not enough evidence. Oftentimes people are trying to weigh whether, it was consensual sex. And all of these different messages that individuals receive when interacting with trying to make a report, or going and reporting, and those secondary wounding, re-traumatization that takes place, and then the institutional betrayal that takes place. And that we talk about that in the report as well, so I encourage people to reference that. But there needs to be people properly trained to handle when individuals are coming forward, and we should be really reimagining what that looks like and making sure that people are properly trained in handling disclosures, handling reporting when individuals are reporting about sexual violence or other forms of violence. And that there needs to be more services for men and individuals that perpetrate violence. Individuals have shared the need that not everyone wants to leave their partner. Not everyone wants they want their communities and their men to be healthier. They want individuals not using violence, right? So I think it's really important that I can tell you from doing, intimate partner violence work, there's been a complete lack of services for men. And the African Nova Scotian communities have identified this is a must going forward. So that's, I think, really important. And there needs to be more designated African, Nova Scotian, and Indigenous navigators and legal advocates to help with navigating these systems, and these systems that have caused a lot of harm. And, you know, child protection is part of that too, police, and really helping individuals, being alongside of them, you know, when they're interacting with these systems. And, you know, it's a form of accountability too, making sure that there's like a witness, that there's someone present, that there's an advocate with them, helping the victim and survivor be able, and helping them amplify their voice, right, in what their needs are and how to navigate these systems that are, you know, continue to cause a lot of harm, a lot of re-victimization and secondary wounding taking place for all individuals who experience violence and trying to navigate these systems. And I think this one's important, and I don't know where this is going to land with people, but I think this, you know, when we're talking about yesterday being bald, I think we need to rethink right now these subsidies. And it's not just about subsidies for dental work, it's all of these subsidies that are taking place in our province. And I think both, you know, whether it's federally or provincially funded, must increase the screening of professionals and organizations that are funded, that are providing services, especially to marginalized and vulnerable people. I think that more needs to be done with the regulatory bodies. It's been identified in regards to handling these complaints and from the document, the foundational document around the perpetrators' violence towards others. I think there's clear, I think that document really, really talks about what happened here as well in the individuals that we have been working with, about how proper screening, proper accountability with all of these different reports, you know, that came in from different individuals in the community over the course of his, you know, time as, you know, providing services to the community, is that there was a lot of things missed, but there was a lot of things also, there was people speaking up, right? And too often people are like, well, no one talked. Well, there's actually lots of indications of people talking and still nothing being done, right? So how do people that, you know, are marginalized or racialized and they're seeing these things happening, right? And so why go forward, right? Why go forward? Is it safe to go forward, right? There was retaliation that was happening when people were speaking up, right? There was things happening, and a lot of people in positions of power that, you know, I'm going to say either manipulated or just did not see the violence that was taking place as being serious. And I think there was a long continuum of violence that has been indicated through all of the reports that have been done by the commission. So there needs to be more screening. There needs to be more oversight and accountability attached to, you know, when funders are funding or providing subsidies to individuals, especially vulnerable individuals. Can't stress that enough, and I see that as being a huge, like a very important thing that needs to be addressed. And I also want to say this, the red flags of professionals providing services at a reduced cost to marginalized groups. And when people are preying on our predators, right, they find opportunities. And when people are providing a service to individuals that are most vulnerable and marginalized individuals, that should be a red flag. And our province should not be like, pick the lowest quote. And if the quote is significantly lower than other individuals providing the same services, that should be a red flag. And in this work of gender-based violence and looking at red flags that are taking place, that should be a red flag for anyone who has control over funding professionals that are providing services. And if it's, you know, so I just want to say that. And then there are a lot of the other things, and I'm not going to go into, but a lot of the stuff that has come out of the other work around on tasking, defunding, and this reimagining services, taking, services that should not be with the police, services that should be with the community. That was continuing to come up, and for individuals that don't trust police, and there's been no real examples of, where they've seen being able to trust, because they continue to see situations where violence is continuing to be used against their communities and individuals within their communities. So we will be providing our coalition more around that with our recommendations, but there's more in this report, and I would encourage all three of you that you really take a look at them and how they align with a lot of the other conversations that have been coming up in other roundtables and conversations that we've been having over the last number of weeks.
Thank you so much, Christina. The three of us have listened carefully, and of course, we'll read the paper, and if we haven't already, and we'll follow all of the submissions that we get from participants further, and appreciate your presentation and all of those who worked to bring forward those insights. I actually would like to just acknowledge the contribution of the Commission's Research and Policy Team member, Sirwa Frimpong, who also worked to bring this forward initially, and we're grateful to everyone who was involved. It's an important piece of the work to bring those voices forward. Also, thank you to Senior Commission Counsel Emily Hill and Julian Natu for organizing and facilitating the participant consultation earlier this afternoon. It's the last of the participant consultations this phase, and very, very much appreciate all of the participant contributions in these consultations. Please do remember, members of the public, you just have 2 more weeks to share your suggestions for recommendations with us. You can learn how to do that on the website, where you'll also find the discussion guide and scan of prior recommendations for support. To learn more, go to masscasualtycommission.ca/share. Next week, we'll be back in person at the Glengarry, Best Western and Truro for the final week of public proceedings. Over the course of the week, we'll be hearing final oral submissions from participants. So thank you, everyone. Even though we're virtual today, we'll be back in person next week. The holiday that was declared on Monday has shifted our schedule, so we'll be seeing you there on Tuesday. So thanks again, and take care.
Wow. I don't even know what to say. Has anybody ever read anything? Because you guys read a lot of different stuff, and there's obviously we only got 3392 so far, plus a 1, 2, 3, 4, so 3392, 1,200, 1,000, 2,300 and some odd comms. Or sorry, 4,200 some odd comms. Has anybody ever read anything to do with sex workers? This is total and utter fiction coming out of left field. I've never seen even a mention of sex workers. All of a sudden, she's like, "Oh yes, we've been having interviews with sex workers in our safe spaces, and they're all talking about retaliation." And I'm like, where is this coming from? I've never even read a thing. Oh, well, you know, there's something about it maybe in the violence towards others foundation. There's not. There's not. This is really fucked up. I think people are just totally pulling things out of thin air. And they're like, you know, the moon is made of cheese. Believe us. What? You don't have a name. You don't have a comm number. You don't have anything. Stanton, you'd think that she said that, and she literally said that, which is a key line. She said she didn't know if she'd read the report. She's like, well, I'm very much looking forward to reading the report if we haven't already. Do you know? You'd think that would kind of stick out in your head. So is this report totally fiction, as in it's not even a report? It's just some lady who's reading some story that she's invented. The other day, she did say a couple of good things. Now she's talking about defunding the police. Has anybody read anything? Sorry. No? Nobody's ever seen anything? Closest thing I've seen to that, any of that, is unsourced, anonymous statements given to the RCMP. What statements? Came from from Lisa, pardon me, coming from Lisa's mouth. I'm sorry, it's just very, very upsetting to see somebody have no substantive proof of anything. This whole thing thus far, and every step of the way, it has been a process to dismantle this total and utter invention, probably coming out of CNIP, Brennan, IMT, Diamopoulos, Robin junk, that they dreamt up some kind of defense. Bootland is a real story. Bootland is 100% real. Bootland reported her stuff to the police for months. Bootland mentioned guns. They never checked. Bootland got murdered by the person that she kept reporting. Rodney McDonald ended up with the ex. That is 100% true. You can prove it. It's all over the place. Wiley was involved in that investigation. Rodney McDonald was involved in that investigation. Beselt was involved in that investigation. Who else? Who knows who else? That's real. What she's saying is, well, we've talked to some people. I mean, and then she's talking even about finding fault with him because he billed the government for indigent people for denture services. What, that's criminal? I didn't know that was a bad thing. So should all people who are denturists, is that what she's proposing? Just get rid of anybody who provides any denture services to anybody, and the government funds it. That's not really sane, because you were saying that was a problem. Oh, he was providing those services. You know, the government was paying for services. And that was a problem. Why? You even go through the complaints that were registered against the Denturist Society. Very interesting to read through them. Very interesting. People were complaining about, there was a couple of people who complained about bad service. Okay. Anybody here own a business? Anybody ever owned a business? I've owned a business. You're not going to get 100% people who are online. with what you do. Like sometimes there will always be somebody who's just not happy for whatever reason. Maybe they want things for free. Maybe they think that you overbuild them. Maybe they have a legitimate beef. But you're going to have somebody who will complain. That's just business. That's course. Oh, well, no. So then you'd have to have no complaints ever registered against you anywhere. That's not reasonable. So then nobody will ever get dentures who has no money. That's what you're saying. Again, this is logical. We do know of many women who happen to be with him. Many. None of them ever complained about anything. In fact, some family members said that he was very gentle and nice and generous and etc. Which again is a real hard one to wrap one's mind around, but it's there. Some of, say, in Jenny Kiersted's case, a friend of hers went out with Wortman, and Jenny Kiersted didn't seem to have any problem. In fact, she had quite glowing words to describe him. I don't know why. Maybe, it's like that statement that always really baffled me on CBC. Again, I'm not trying to pick on people because that's not what I'm doing. But that was, where was that? This.
You talk.
Okay. Oh. This was April 22nd, 3 days into it. Okay. Now, I have clipped some of it because the question was asked, and I'm more than happy. You can go and find it on the internet. It's still around. She gets asked the question, which is a fairly simple question. She goes off into some other stuff and then eventually comes back. So I just clipped out the part where she's going off into something else. But listen to what Jenny says. I always found this very strange.
You talk about the anger being part of the grieving process. What is in your heart when it comes to the anger?
I think my main anger point right now is the lack of monitoring of violent images on our screens.
She literally said that. Well, she did. You heard her. That was what she was angry at. I think after 3 days, I'm gonna be fucking right pissed with the person who murdered my family member. I'm gonna be really angry. No, was a whole bunch of other stuff, and then it came back to I'm angry at the lack of monitoring about violent images on screens. Okay. But if you read her interview, one of her friends goes out with Wortman. She knew Wortman, if I do the math, she knew Wortman before her sister did, far before her sister did. And the friend went out with her. And apparently that wasn't a problem because it got revisited again in the future. And Jenny met Wortman and thought he was a good guy and all this other stuff. I mean, quite glowing words. I'm not even going to go into it because it's very hard to read that material and then hear all this other stuff as descriptors. Again, I'm not defending this man at all, but there's clearly a hell of a lot more to this story. And then on the opposite end, you do have those are witnesses. Those are people who Jenny's dad, same thing. There's other people who are like that. They have positive things to say. Real positive things. Oh, he's trimming my trees. Oh, he's helping with the septic tank. And oh, he didn't charge any money for that. And he was giving me business advice. And I always could count on him. He was a great friend and all this other stuff, right? And then you have somebody who's saying, well, there's somebody out there. We've talked to some people with no names, with nothing, with no interviews that I've come across, that I've seen. And there are sex workers, and there's retaliation, and there's all of this other. It's really bizarre. One seems definitively real. The other one is, I'm telling you something, but I have nothing to back it up. And it has been that way the entire way, right? I mean, they tried so hard with Brenda. And I was like, no, Brenda is piping you bullshit since 2020. I'm like, no, total. She's telling you junk. And it's true, junk. You have no witnesses to violence. None. Elson Brothers is like, well, no, I didn't. It was my other brother who saw it. The other brother says, they don't even say it. They don't even say anything about it. Nobody asked them about it. Okay, so there you go. That one's gone. You have the Hudsons who are like, well, no, we just kind of went to his house. This is really fucked up, man. The lady's like, oh, I have the report. Well, let's see the fucking report. You'd think this report would have been out like so long ago. This would have been out 2020. We would have had witnesses coming forward who are like, because that's the way it goes. I know this one. I'm not saying that that's cut and dry, but I definitely have spoken to some other women. So I know that but intimately, I know somebody a woman who was very, very, very abused on every level, horrendously, for over a decade. And the husband died. And as a result, the stuff started coming out. Oh, he's dead. And friends, maybe they were afraid, or I don't know what was going on there, but they certainly had a lot of stuff to say. Now we're dealing with somebody who's been dead for 2.5 years almost, and you have nada. You have a report that nobody's seen with mention of elements to this story, which has never been introduced. When has sex workers ever come into this? Has anybody heard anything about sex workers? This is brand spanking new information. Why would he need sex workers? He's got all kinds of women. And none of them say he's violent. And the one person who says that that is violent was charged, was the one 9/10. Possession is 9/10 of the law. Every lawyer knows that. 9/10 of the law. Who requested the ammunition? Who paid for the ammunition? Who picked up the ammunition? Oh, that would be Lisa. So does she have a horse in the race? Hell yeah. She could get charged. Now, the person who is supposedly the focus of the anger, which additionally makes no sense at all. Why? Because April is it April down in the United States says, don't do it. She gets angry about that. And she's like, well, no, I'm not. What are you talking about? I.e., she wants to be with Wortman. So Wortman, in turn, then would be angry at her because she wants to get married to him. That makes a lot of sense. No, logic is garbage. In that situation, the person would be angry at April, or sorry, what is her name? Angela. Angela would be angry at Angela. What the fuck are you doing, man? I want to marry this woman, and you're telling her no? And the woman who defends you, who then somehow becomes the focus of your anger and is the one who's really abused, please don't slip in gas. Don't hurt yourself. I'm going to murder everybody else, but not you. Please don't handcuff me. Okay, I won't. My handcuffs, I don't know where they are. John Robin handcuffs. Peerless handcuffs, which are also Smith & Wesson handcuffs, which aren't the same thing. Okay. All right, thank you, oh dear. Let's have a look. Maybe I'm just ranting for no reason. I think I have reason to, though, because every step of the way, we've been lied to on this one. And frankly, I don't like getting lied to. And when you lie to me once and you lie to me then a whole bunch of times, now I just think you're lying all the time. You're a liar. So I don't believe anything that comes out of your mouth. Call me prejudicial, but that's just the way it goes. Let's have a look at what this document is. Violent behavior towards others. Is that the foundational? I think I've had a look at that before, but unless this is something perpetrator violence. Yeah, okay. The foundational one. 756, not a very big document. Oh, I don't know why it's 61 pages, but only 761. Lisa had those notes in her phone about Angel. Okay, and she was angry, right? Who was angry about that? Was that Wortman? No, that was Lisa. Who was angry at Lisa McCauley? Who hated her dog? Was that Wortman, who was giving treats to the dog? And Lisa McCauley is like, he's always giving treats to the dog. Again, he's an animal abuser, right? To the point that Lisa McCauley was upset about the amount of treats that he was giving the dog. No, Lisa Banfield hated dogs, or hates dogs. That's the truth, in her own words. All right, so let's see here. Note, this document is based on analysis of materials available to Mass Casualty Commission as of July 20. Did we get how long that was approximately? Was that about an hour? I want to understand how long certain groups are getting versus family members. Further production of investigation is ongoing as of July 5th, 2022. Further, should new information reveal inaccuracies in this document, an addendum may be issued. Not for sure. If we're inaccuracies, that's just if we totally fuck up and make a mistake, we might tell you. If you have a disclaimer right at the beginning of your document that says this, it shows how stable you feel your evidence is. Try doing that in a courtroom. They'll be like, no, this is not sufficient. So I'm sensing about an hour. All right. God bless you. Take care. Have a great, I guess if we don't see you before Tuesday, have a great long weekend. This document contains sensitive material. Okay, so we'll just move along from that. Violence towards others. Okay. Table of contents: gender-based violence, intimate-based, partner-based violence. Okay, hold on one moment. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to. No, I think actually I think I can keyword search this document because it's a foundational document, right? So let's see, sex worker. Oh, there's no sex worker here. Wasn't she quoting sex workers from her report? Page 29. Lionel Lewis references Gabriel Wortman, quote, leaving Lisa Banfield at a resort, going to town and paying young girls up to $20. Who's Lionel Lewis? Oh, is this the... Chris Wortman did say something about down in the Dominican that he was kind of weirded out by. But again, it didn't say anything about violence or anything. It just said, seemed to be some, maybe that he was hooking up with some girls down there. That's a shocker. Wow. He seemed to be hooking up with a lot of ladies. Who is Lionel Lewis? Page 29 of this document. Let's go to 29. Assaulting the boy. Matthew Meager. Okay. Well, he's never wanted to speak about that. I think there was some more things going on. And there was another person also involved in this that they've never spoken about. 2 people were charged. Okay, so Lionel Lewis, here we go. Lionel Lewis worked for the perpetrator for 13 years prior to the mass casualty. His landscaping and I think I might know this one. Is this the one that he saw the punch in the head? Construction projects for various points. Mr. Lewis told the RCMP in a statement after given to the Mass Casualty Commission that he felt uncomfortable working around the perpetrator. The perpetrator told him about going on vacation down south, leaving Lisa Banfield at a resort and going to town and paying young girls $20 for sexual relations. Okay. All right, I'm not seeing violence there. Lionel Lewis also told the RCMP, okay, so then the key points then here are to look at the actual document because cherry picking is a common thing that's been going on here. Lionel Lewis also told RCMP that on one occasion the perpetrator came to his house and, quote, eyed his daughters up. Well, that's bad, but obviously very bad. But Mr. Lewis stated that, quote, he kind of creeped my wife out and my daughters the way he stared at them like a German shepherd with meat on the floor. His wife told him that she would rather the perpetrator not come back to his place because she did not like the way the perpetrator stared at the under. And I'm sure, like a normal police investigation, you would talk to the wife, right? There's going to be the interview with the wife, Lionel Lewis's wife, who would substantiate that. Hearsay, Lionel comment, Dominican Republic, not the second part. Okay. Yes, this is hearsay. This business here. And it also does not include anything about violence. So let's have a look at this document, 12 pages long. Let's read it through top to bottom. Okay, today's date is April 25th. Does somebody want to have a little look into who Lionel Lewis is potentially? Maybe we can find out if there was some bad relations. He was an employee. Maybe there was a negative employer relationship. Could be possible, right? Does happen. It's 20 minutes after 7 in the evening. Corporal Catherine McLeod and Dale Burris here with Lionel Lewis at the residence. So, Mr. Lewis, we're investigating series of murders that happened last weekend, which would... Oh, something's beeping. Okay, I'm going to download this so that I can highlight it. Lionel Lewis interview, RCMP. What was it, April 24th? 25th. Falls right in that convenient time zone between the 24th press conference and the 28th press conference. Interesting note. IMT started 3 days earlier. Okay, let's just see. All right, so I'm going to scan this. If it's there, it's there, you know, like it'll be readily available, and got him quite quick week after the massacre. Yeah, some of these people, I don't even know how they interview. Like one of them, yeah, that's one of the girlfriends interviewed the same day. And I'm like, how did you happen to even know that? The same day. Hold on. Okay. I'm right. I don't like getting messed with. If somebody messes with me, it upsets me. So let's see here. 85. Let's just read the whole thing, because then you got the, as they say, what is it? Context. You need it all, right? I want to hear the way things are being said, how the interview is being conducted. Not just skip ahead because they like you just to go to whatever. Okay, Mr. Lewis. So we're investigating, and one of the biggest points on that one: try Burl, Lillian, 2 U-turns, Reginald J, and Marianne J. There's your answer. Cherry pick. Well, not even seeing anything. 1819 Portapique area through Colchester, East Hants area, Nova Scotia. What can you tell us about that? I worked for the man that did the damage. The man that did the damage. Do you know who you're talking about? Do you know his name? The man. Let me see how many times. The man. Wow. That's often how I describe somebody. I worked for him probably the last time would have been 13 years ago. Wow. Okay. So we got a time frame. Now we're talking about what year? 13. 2020 would be 1997. Can't remember quite where he was located in 1997. Off the top of my head, anybody remember? 1997. Is he in New Brunswick then? What? 2011? No, that's 9 years. 2007. 2007, sorry, not 1997, 2007. 2007, okay, so he's in Nova Scotia. Not sure where is he. Is he at the funeral home up north? going to school, I'd have to go through his wife's statement, ex-wife, Karina. And I started working previous to that to kind of get a picture. As you got to know him, he got comfortable with you. No name still. And as he got more comfortable with you, he started asking you more to do. And what you do, and this and that. And anyways, he didn't own the property down by the garage at the time. 2007. When did he buy the property? I only worked around the house. That was the only place I ever worked around the dwelling on Portapique Beach Road. Okay, still no names, not very descriptive. Okay, I used to do a lot of the landscaping for him. I built a wharf out in front. Ah, okay. I did the rock work down there. Okay. I think there might have not been payment, something about that. And after that got done, he was quite happy with me and paid me. But then he started asking more and more questions. What I trying to feel me out, and trying like questions like, I said, well, where did you go to school at? Well, I went to school up in up in New Brunswick. I went to school in the proper place. Well, let's correct that and make it more general. Interesting. And I said, how'd you make it up? How'd you make out up there? Oh, not bad. And I said, how'd you pay for your schooling? You know, this is random questions I would ask. And the answer was, what? And he said he used to smuggle cigarettes. Oh, back and forth across the border. I had a Zodiac. So that's kind of a flag. Oh, the flag again. Uh-oh. Okay. And then worked along, and then eventually he come out and he said, he said, I didn't actually like my father a whole lot. Who's he, by the way? Still no name. I find that really, really interesting. 2007 was when the warehouse was bought. Okay, so he just didn't know that he'd bought the warehouse. He just got that wrong, I guess. I don't know. Okay. And then worked along, and eventually he came along and he said, I didn't actually like my whole father a lot. And he said, one time we went down to a trip down south with my mother and father. Okay, so he doesn't know where, just somewhere. And he said, I actually didn't like my father, and I tried to drown him. No, there was a beating at the pool, not drowning. And he said, the people at the pool, I think it was one of those places, Dominican or Cuba. I don't know which one it was. Oh, this is getting more shaky. Okay. And he said, the workers grabbed me and pulled me off of him. You know, it was kind of a, oh no, a red flag for me. I think I'll just say it in that tone. And then I worked a while more again. Time frame? And he got more and more comfortable with me. He said, still no he he said, would you be interested in a gun? And I said, no. I said, I'm not interested in a gun. I said, at that point in time, my young fella, he was 13 years old. Okay, so a son who's 13. All right. And I said, no, I don't want a gun in and around my property at all. And especially the gun you're showing me. I said, that's an illegal gun. Right. Of course, because you see a gun and you'd be like, that's illegal. And you'd know that. How? I guess it had marked on it. Illegal. Here, look at this gun. That's illegal. It says so. What? Especially the gun you're showing me, I said, that's illegal. Why? How would you possibly know that? Yeah, but no one needs to know. I said, I don't care. I said, if my son, after found out something like that, and someone got hurt, found something like that, and someone got hurt, I said, it would be on mine shoulders. And I said, no, I don't want no gun, because it's illegal, because he knew that somehow. Of course, they're going to ask him how he knew that, right? Let's hope so. I want money that I've worked for. Okay, so he's trading guns for payment? I said I don't accept nothing like this, and that my looking at the gun, it was a 9mm gun. Okay, 9mm guns, handguns, not illegal. And at the time, he told me, he said it was an Army, would be Army issue a black, would U.S. Army be black, a black 9mm like they would issue. Okay, maybe Fast and Furious, I don't know, but how the fuck do you know it's an illegal gun? Because, yeah, most guns, a 9mm black handgun that's used by the U.S. military is not illegal. I don't know. Why does the officer respond, I don't know? I guess about the gun. Because he's like, I don't know if that's illegal, if that's a what, I don't know what color, what. This is exactly what he told me. Okay. And yeah, maybe Fast and Freezies. If he has a daughter, that's what I'm waiting for. He's got a son. And it stuck in my mind. I thought, that's not a nice, like, he's telling me weird stuff here, and I don't like it. About a gun? That's weird. Here, I'll trade you this gun for your services. That's illegal, but I'm not following why that's. So then worked again for him. So I don't like it, and I don't like it. So then I work for him again. What? I think this is this the guy who gets punched? Somebody else said they saw somebody getting punched who was mowing lawns or something. And he said, if I bought some containers, he said, would you bury them? And I said, what, for like a root cellar for growing vegetables? Oh no, I'd have stuff I'd like to bury. And I said, definitely not. I said, I'm not getting into that stuff. What stuff? He doesn't say. I'm not getting into the fact that you want to put a container in the ground. That's odd, but huh? I said, I don't want any part of this. I said, this is getting a lot more crazier than I would expect to get into. This is fucking weird. Yeah. Something's going on here. Still a he, right? It's a he. It's getting crazy. He's going to bury a container. So, in the meantime, we kind of cut our ties because you might have heard at one point in time over talking to people, he had a Zodiac. And he was coming over to my cottage on the other side of the river there. Okay, so he lives down in Bass River. And didn't he fall out of the Zodiac as he was going out? And as he fell out, it was on slow idle and it was making circles. I guess he didn't have the dead man switch hooked up. You guys know about those? You guys know boats, right? Kill switch on the engine. Life jacket. You fall out, it shuts off the engine. Well, it was going to my place. It's where it was coming to pick me up. Is where it was coming to pick me up, and he was going to take me out in the Zodiac. And I thought, he's bonkers. I'm starting to feel him a lot more and more. Because he's going to pick you up in his Zodiac. Correct me if I'm wrong. If I'm missing something here. So he's going to bury a container, and that's crazy. He knows about a gun that is somehow illegal because he knows it's illegal. And also now it's getting really crazy and bonkers. No, now it's bonkers because he's going to pick him up in his Zodiac. My, oh my. Don't ever pick him up in your Chevy truck. Don't do that. That's crazy. And as he fell out, it was on slow and it was making circles. And I thought, he's bonkers. I'm starting to feel him out a lot more. So that next day, he landed over at my place. Him and this Lisa, his girlfriend. So we still have no name, just him. So, and he said, I had two girls there. And the girls would have been approximately at the time, I'd say 15 and 17. I had two girls. You had two daughters or two girls? I'm not following that one. Maybe. And he eyed my daughters up. Okay, here we go. So daughters, good. Okay. And my wife said, I'd rather he not come back again. I don't like the way he stares the daughters up. Okay, not his daughters, but the daughters. And I said, that's fine. I said, I'm at the point, I don't care to work for him anymore because he's asking me to do weird stuff. What the fuck? Was it weird when he was building a rock wall? No, just when he asked to bury the container, because that was bonkers. Crazy. It's really crazy. Like, it's a small community. You want to get as much work as you can, but you know what? I don't appreciate work stuff like this. And I'm scared of. Can somebody help me? Scared of burying the container? Did he report the gun? that would be that. That's a yeah. I guess he knew it was illegal. I don't know quite how, but he knew it was. But did he report it? I'm sensing no. Lionel is telling the truth. He was rattled about the whole thing. They were friends for a short time. Lionel said RC's contacted him. Okay, so that's great news because there's going to be, guess what? A report, paper trail. And if there's no paper trail, well, then it didn't happen. File number, CAD. It's entered. So anyway, he found the boat. I'm surprised that the RCMP haven't come out with that. You'd think that they would have said, well, you know, we got this report here from Lionel. We got the report from Lionel. We have it right here. It's in our CAD system, of course, which is keeps a log of everything. Paper trail. So anyway, he found the boat, and then he asked me to do a few things. He found the boat. Where did the boat go? Was that when he fell out? And then the boat just drove away? I'm not following. He asked me to do a few other things, and I never did much more than that. He asked me to do some other things, and I never did much more than that. So he did some more. So I guess he did some more afterwards, a little bit more. It's all I can think of, and I don't know if it's any help or not. But to me, I think you should be looking in that property between his house and garage for something in the ground. Okay. Didn't we have the lady who did the ground penetrating radar, brought her team up from the university, didn't find nothing? Her students, right? So I guess whatever was in the ground, maybe it was a container, I don't know, seemed to go poof between 2007 and, well, I don't know. I guess 2007. We don't even know when. Maybe there isn't anything, but I really, really think you should look for something, because in 13 years has passed, he could have had somebody doing something in there. In where? In the ground? That's my opinion of it, and I'm just going to I'm trying to think of anything else. I guess it was another skeptical thing, and I don't mean a whole lot. It don't mean a whole lot, but another trip, he took off down south, and I guess that would have been him and this Lisa. Okay, so still we have no name. It's just somebody. Lisa? He seems to know Lisa. But he worked for him for how long? We don't even know how long. And he said, yeah, I just leave Lisa. She stays at the resort down at the pool or whatever. And he said, I go uptown and I get a couple of young girls, and give them $20 and they'll do whatever they want to me. Okay, so seedy, but I think prostitution's been around since the dawn of time. And this guy, personally, I wasn't physically scared of him. I was never physically scared. Okay, but you're scared, but not physically. I was honestly mental scared of him. I was really, really mentally scared because he talked crazy, his crazy talk. I don't know. Gage to me, is he talking mentally crazy? Burying a container, falling out of a boat, picking him up in the boat, and supposedly selling him a gun illegally, or an illegal gun, which he somehow knew was illegal. He hasn't elaborated on how. I'm not sure what is going on here. Mentally scared. There's got to be a new one. And I don't know if anything I've said will help you. I hope, I hope it does. Okay. I don't know if there is anything more. It's about all, and I don't know if it's worth you coming out. But at least you get off my chest about it. Now, it's very good information that there is going to be a paper trail. This is awesome information. Thank you very much. So it can be A-tipped, and we can find it. And if it isn't there, I guess there's going to be a problem. We're going to be down to another Brenda. Uh-oh. Wiley couldn't conveniently remember anything when it came to Gabriel Wortman. Yeah, right. I'm not sure where Wiley is coming. Oh, I see, because I don't know. Yeah, Wiley's not in this one yet. Maybe he comes in. He was scared shitless of him mentally. I don't know what that means. I'm not meaning to be a jackass. I really don't know. I mean, I've been in some fucked up situations in my life. I'm physically scared of somebody, and that sometimes can do things in my mind. Yeah, I've been in situations like that for sure. But if I'm not physically scared of a guy, I don't know how he mentally scares me. It's bizarre. It's very bizarre. He wasn't scared of beating him up. This is bizarre. Okay. I don't know if there's anything more. Okay, but just getting off my chest. And if there's any way you can kind of figure out what type of man he was. Okay, so still we're 99 lines in, 3 pages, and no name. 0 name. The only name I've seen here is Lisa. Twice. Physically, he refers to the stories Gabriel Wortman told him scared him. What stories? That he frequented prostitutes somewhere? That he wanted to bury a container, which we don't know. Did he bury a container? Well, obviously no container was found. I don't know. He thought he was to be murdered with everyone else. No. He was mentally scared in the last time he saw him, not murdering anybody. And I wasn't physically scared of him, but I honestly, mental scare of him, I was really, really mentally scared because he talked crazy. So that's not April 18 and 19 or subsequent. He's talking about when he worked for him 13 years prior, 2007. Right? 2007? That's how I read Albino's comment. Maybe I read comment wrong. I'm not picking up that he's talking about currently. I was really mentally scared Maybe. Okay, let's continue. Let's see. I think it's back then. And I don't know. Okay, what type of man? Okay, so some man. And when it bothered me to see them people on the television saying what type of great man, and that lady that had no money, that fixed her teeth. Okay, so he's definitely talking about back then, because that's when obviously he's doing his TV ad, which I think wasn't 2007. I think that's much later, but okay. Well, there was any reason for him to do something. There was always a reason for him to do something. Tell me more about that. Well, I didn't know him at the time. It doesn't sound like you know him because you don't know his name. Here we go. He's going to say it. I cut my ties. It came across on the television at that time that this Gabriel Wortman, I don't even like to say his name. Okay, fair, because I'm disgusted in it. But this Gabriel Wortman helped this poor homeless lady in the city that couldn't afford her teeth. And I always wondered what for change he had to do a favor for her, or she had to do a favor for him, because I wouldn't know. I know he wouldn't. He wouldn't do it out of the goodness of your heart, out of his heart. And you know that how? Because you saw the exchange, the deal, when she picked up her teeth, you were there. I'm not following. And that's how I pictured him. Oh, that's okay. So that's hearsay. And maybe I'm picturing him on the wrong way. Oh, okay, good. He's clarifying it. He's just doesn't know. But yes, there was another incident about 3 or 4 years ago. But I thought it was 13 years ago was the last time he really had anything to do with him. Let me just go back here. Was it 13 years? Or was that the last time he did work? The last time probably I worked for him. Okay. Would have been 13 years. But it sounds like he did a little bit more after that. Okay. So then 3 or 4 years ago, moving back, if you're afraid of someone mentally, it's physical fear as well. Yeah. I've never been in a situation like that, and I've been in some pretty sideways stuff. Okay, so, but yes, there was another incident about 3 or 4 years ago. That was, we have a cottage over in the Shady Nook. Okay, so that's on the other side. Okay, and anyways, there was a four-wheeler that goes by. It was all of us sitting on the lawn this late afternoon. Well, it was in the evening, about 8 o'clock. Okay, so, and there was 2 kids, probably about 25 years old, went by, and they were waving at people going by in a brand new four-wheeler. And I said to my wife and the friends that was at the cottage, I said, they shouldn't be on that beach. I said, that beach, the tide's coming in and they're going to be on the other way. And they should be on the other way. They're going to get trapped somewhere. I guess it wasn't probably an hour to an hour and a half. My phone rang, and it was somebody. And it was somebody that was calling for these people. And it was somebody that was calling for these people. Who people? The kids? You knew the kids. Who's the people? And who's calling? They got stuck down at the end of the point on Brass River side of the river. They tried to cross the river and got stuck. The tide was coming, and they called up for me to take a machine up. And I said, I got no machines. Well, I got machines. And they I don't know whoever that is, somebody. They called for me to take a machine up. Well, I said, I got no machines. Well, I got machines. But I said, at the time I get the machine up there, the tide's going to be over. Well, why would you say you had got no machines? It's an odd start to that. I just don't have any. Well, I do, but I'm just not going to get there in time. I said, you will not save it. You. Somebody. But the friends, we were there. He was a nosy fella, and he wanted to go over. And I said, well, I'm not going to go over. Are the kids stuck? Do they need saving? Should people not be saving them? Oh, well, we'll take my truck. So I said, all right. I said, but I'm not going to go out. I'm not getting out. I'm not liking. Am I understanding? Just correct me. There are 2 children, 25 young males, that are stuck and going to drown, and he doesn't want to go over and help. Maybe I'm getting that wrong. I'm not going to get out. We go over there, and as soon as we got over there, he had a little backhoe. Just, I don't know if you've seen it up there or if it's up there. But anyway, he had a little backhoe. And he had a rope about 200 to 300 feet long. Is he talking about Wortman? I guess so. He's talking about somebody with a little backhoe that they've seen. I don't know. And he roped 200-300 feet, like up at the gravel bed up there, and he had it way down there. And the lights were all shining down, and they were out trying to get this four-wheeler. By this time, it was upside down, and it was bobbing. Oh, my gosh, I hope the children aren't drowning. And someone noticed I was in the truck. Oh, Lionel's here. He'll have a machine to get it out. But he didn't want to take his machine. He didn't want to get out of his truck. And somebody saw him. Someone noticed. I don't know, somebody. He'll have a machine to get it out. And by this time, I said to Kevin, okay, here we have a name. We should get out of here. No, he landed over. He landed over. And he was drinking this here Gabriel. And he said, are you going to help them? I don't know where Gabriel came into the picture. Is there anybody following this? I said, what can I do, Gabriel? Okay. I said, I don't have a machine up here. No, that's because you didn't want to take it, but you took somebody else, you, and got in a truck and went out there, but no machine. Which probably would have helped at the time. But I guess you didn't want to take it. And I said, I know this four-wheeler's worth a lot of money. But if I lose the machine down there, it's worth a lot more than the stupid four-wheeler. Are the kids okay? Where are the kids? Gabe was trying to get them out with tobacco. I may be wrong. Looks like this guy, excavating, trucking, licensed septic installer, lot clearing, driveways, basements. Doug. Is this Doug or Dig Doug or whatever? Runs an excavator company? Dig Doug. Is it Dig Doug or whatever? The name, I actually maybe know this name. Okay, anyway. I hope the kids are fine. So anyways, it was all said and done. It wasn't hardly a month ago after that point. A month after that, so 3 or 4 years ago, I had a machine vandalized in my pit. The windows smashed out. So the RCMP, I can't remember the name of the guy, but the RCMP came out and he looked and he said, no, I can't do anything. Okay, another paper trail number 2. Once you phone, there's a paper trail. So now we got 2 reports that should be 2 ditch doctors. Fisher is the Fishers. No, Dig Dug. I think it's something. Dig Dug. Anyway. Good. Okay, so we got, just so that it's very clear, there'll be 2 reports now in the system, in the pros for this incident for Lionel Lewis. Okay. So these will be on record. And then if they have a problem producing them, then we know something's probably awry. You know, I had rocks in baggies. I didn't touch them. I had them in baggies. I said, there's rocks. Can you fingerprint them? No, you can't get fingerprints off rocks. All right, I said, well, there's shoot. And it's, oh, no, can't do nothing. Well, fine, I said, that's fine. I said, the next time something happens like this happen, I said, I'll have to deal with it myself. And this and that. I don't know what that is. Maybe is that a threat? I don't know, taking it into his own hands. Not much I can do. This sounds like shitty service from Bible Hill. But he said, it's a bad place up here. And I said, what do you mean by that? And he said, a month ago, there was a 4-wheeler got down and was stolen. I said, I think you better check into it because it wasn't stolen. I said, it was stuck because I said I had to go. I was supposed to go and tow it out. No, you didn't want to tow it out, was what actually happened. You said no. And that's all as I can say. All I could say, but that's all I know. I don't know if that's any help to you. I don't understand what the fuck that is. That somehow we're supposed to get out of that. Wortman is a bad person because I think he was there with an excavator trying to get the kids out. And then a month later, this man's something got sabotaged. That's really a mess. There's no A to B there at all. Like maybe if Wortman had said, hey, you know what? Get these fucking kids out of here, or get that thing and you deal with that. Otherwise, I'm going to fucking come back at you. But I didn't hear anything about that. I just heard he woke up one day and there was windows smashed out. And so that had to be Wortman. like the gun had to be illegal. Dig Dug's old video game. Okay. What about Cindy and Autumn's statements? Well, I will say that Deanna Thorne's statement is an odd one. And what happened to her is very strange. But at least it gives you a picture of what type of man he was. Okay, I'm sorry. Poll, just a quick poll. Type 1 for the four-wheeler incident and the vandalism seems to be Wortman. The vandalism is Wortman. Because I don't get shit out of that. 1, if you think it is vandalism. 2, if you don't. Vandalism by Wortman. Do I mean Ocean? No, I don't mean Ocean. Ocean Mist? No, I don't mean Ocean. I was talking about Deanna Thorne. Oh, I see. Sorry, that's between you guys. Okay. Anybody getting any vandalism? Any feedback? I'm not seeing anything here. This is all very odd. For sure. Yeah, no, every little piece helps, Mr. Lewis, and I'm going to take you back to a few things. Okay, so hopefully we'll get some more. Yeah, sorry, my apologies. My apologies. I'm getting confused because of the statement. Okay, so there seems to be a couple of people. Peter, Caper, Center, not really his MO. Okay, so 3 people so far kind of not really seeing the tie here. But okay, he's going to go into it some more. So let's, I don't mean to be hasty. I'm just reading it critically as we go. And you did say you talked to a man about the damage, and just to confirm that who you're talking about all through all this, I honestly, I could never say if it was him or if he had some kids go do it. Oh, that's bad. And there's nobody else that lives in your area. How about this? I'm thinking this one. I'm thinking that the likelihood of the vandalism, if it's tied to that whole thing, that may be the kids who lost the ATV and that they were a bit upset because he didn't want to help them. And so then they smashed his windows. Does that seem more likely? Or does it seem likely that somebody else is going to just come and smash his windows? Like Wortman, who was trying to help. I think it would be the kids. Because, see, I have a pit, where in the 5 houses road is. No. Oh, okay. Okay. Before you cross, there's a 5 houses road, and there's across from the 5 houses road going to Truro. It would be on the left-hand side. There's a gate there, and you just have to go through the gate, and it's my pit. Okay. And I keep equipment in there through the summer, and I can't be up there watching it. No. But through everything you told us, you started out about this man. And then later on, you gave us a name. Yes, very bizarre. I think the police officer is kind of on point. So, is that who you've been talking about all the way through? Yes. Okay, I don't know why you wouldn't do that. Yes. And what is his name? Gabriel Wortman. Okay, and so you talked about him telling you about a drowning or trying to drown his father. His father, yes. Anybody familiar with the story down in the Dominican? I don't recall anything about drowning. I think it was smashing his head off on the side of the pool. Or not on the side of the pool, beside the pool on the concrete. I didn't hear anything about anybody being in the pool. Or am I not remembering correctly? We could go back and look. Now, I don't know if his father's alive. I don't know how his father ever died. Oh, sorry. What? Now, I don't know if his father's alive. I don't know how his father ever died. But I don't think at this point that he drowned him, because at that point, at the point, far as I know, the workers had jumped in to save the father. But I don't know any more about that than that. So he thinks the father's dead, and he may have been killed then. Must be the Nova Scotia air. I'm not sure what's going on. Okay, do you know when that would have been that he told you about that? Well, that would have been at least 13 years ago. So that would have been around 2007, maybe. I don't remember the pool. I don't remember what year that was. Only hearing smashing his head into the pool and being blood in the pool. Okay, so it was in the pool? Okay, interesting. There is something mentioned. I will find. Okay, great. Thank you. Yeah, if you can just validate this is good. His gear sits there all year. The damage was likely unrelated to Wortman, but obviously Lionel thinks it was him. Well, yeah. Okay. So, Brenda, hearsay. And it's best just to say that in the, what was that again? Was that this thing here? Right. Hearsay. That's not substantive evidence. And you have to factor that in to that part. Yes, he's got two pieces in there, but you also have to say the man, it seems to indicate hearsay on some other certain things. So, and equally, we've done the pros check times 2 now, right? Times 2. We've requested the RCMP files, and they either are here, and here they are, or they're not. In which case, then kind of, I don't know, maybe it kind of just goes the way of Brenda. Maybe. Moving back. Let's see here. Oh, what happened? All right, so you talked about a gun. Okay, so maybe we'll get clarification on why he thought it was illegal. So you did see the gun, yes. So describe to me as much detail as you can. I'm not familiar with guns, but I've seen a 9mm. I think I know what they look like enough to, say, unless it was stamped on it. I think I know what they look like enough to, say, unless it was stamped on it. But I would say, because if I can remember, I think he did say it was a 9mm Army issue, and he had brought it home from the United States. Okay. So I guess, okay, so that's where he's getting the illegal. But does he know maybe he has a gun importation license? Well, lots of people do that, buy guns down in the States, and they have FACs. And I know at this point he's making trips down to the States fairly often. Fairly, I would say, once a month to every 3 weeks at this point in time, he was running down to the States. I didn't ask him any more about it than that. And I kind of think that he would be bringing stuff home that he shouldn't be bringing home. Why is that? Because you asked him, do you have an FAC? Do you have a gun importation license? Maybe he'll elaborate. We also have the records, right, of all his border crossings. So 2007, he was going once a month. So there should be at least 12 to, I don't know, 15, 17 crossings that year. Right? That's what he's saying here. Once a month to every 3 weeks. Okay. So we know that. That's something, again, that can be checked. And how do you know that he was going back and forth? He told me he was going to the States. Okay, so that's hearsay. Okay, because it would be there'd be every odd weekend he'd say, well, you can't come up this Saturday because I'm down to the States, and I'll be gone this weekend. So every second Saturday. Okay, so that's twice a month? Or it'd be every odd weekend, sorry, not every second weekend. Okay, and what else did he tell you about the States? I never asked a whole lot about the States because it was none of my business, really. But you asked about school, where he went to school. By this time I really didn't want to ask any more than I had to. Why? Why not? What's the problem? You start off asking him about school and stuff like this, but now you don't want to ask him about going to the States. Okay. I didn't want to know any more than I had to. Interesting line. But I thought different times what was that Lisa actually doing with this man that was. But I thought different times what was that Lisa actually doing with this man that was. Like I at the time thought he was very strange. And I thought, what the hell is she doing? Is she crazy as he to stay with him? Is she as crazy as he to stay with him? I'm not following any of this. Or another little incident. Oh, okay, so we're going to have something else here. Probably would have happened about 5 years ago. Okay, so they're seeing each other more than he's kind of first letting on. Probably wouldn't have been about 5 years ago when there was a farm. Like it would have been John Deere, but they used to be in Onslow. Okay, you guys wow, there's a guy named John Deere down there. That's interesting. I don't know if it's relevant or not. I don't know. But anyways, I was getting parts in there one day at this John Deere place. Okay, at the John Deere dealer. Okay, and this girl was standing beside me, and I never bothered paying much attention. And anyways, she did. Lionel, what is this statement? is not coherent. I can't understand what this person is saying. I don't know if there's very poor transcription or there's an issue. And I looked at her, and I actually at the time didn't recognize who it was because her face. There was something wrong, like her nose was all swelled. And she said, "I'm Lisa." And I don't know her last name was, but she said, "I'm Lisa." What the cook? Did you ask who she was? She just, Lisa's sitting there with a busted nose, and she's like standing beside somebody, and she's like, "I'm Lisa. I'm Lisa." You didn't ask who she was. I never bothered much to pay attention. And she said, "Lionel." Oh, okay, I see. She said Lionel, and I looked at her, and at the time I didn't recognize. Okay, I follow now. Sorry, my apologies. This is a bit just different verbiage than I would use. And I don't know what her last name was. And I didn't know. Okay, so interesting. Lisa who? And I said, "Oh, you're Gabe's woman." And I said, "What happened?" Now, okay, now it's Gabe, not Gabriel. I said, "What happened?" "Oh, I had plastic surgery." "Maybe." "I just look as you know, maybe you did." I just took it as, you know, maybe you did. But, you know, you stop and think about it, and he was actually beating her. Oh, no. Uh-oh. Major hearsay. Oh, Brenda 2.0. Oops. So Lisa says, which she did, by the way, have surgery. She says, "I had surgery, and so from that you deduce that she actually got a beating." No. And she did get surgery. What was it? All the nips and tucks? All the nips and tucks. Mr. Kierstead said that. Well, hindsight bias. Yes, I believe she did get rhinoplasty. I believe she did get rhinoplasty. Somewhere it's in the documents. Yeah, that's kind of. All right, so fair enough. It's in hindsight. I can appreciate that. I guess I can appreciate that. I guess that there was a few surgeries that were done. More nips and tucks. That's really, again, once again, a like beyond a bridge that you can cross. You could say, I don't know. I wonder, did she actually, was he beating her? I have no idea. But you have no idea. You have to be very clear about that. We're talking about something very serious here. You can't just say, "Well, I saw somebody and she said that she had surgery." But you know what? Now that I'm looking back at it, I think he was beating her. Me, and you know, I guess all this stuff runs in your mind, and you don't know. That's I think where we probably better stay. You don't know. And what can you tell me about Lisa? She wore a lot of strong perfume. Oh, I would, anytime she was ever around. Okay, so I guess she must have been around quite a bit. She was, which is interesting because she didn't really go up there, right? She was always, was well to do. She was a very attractive woman. I'm still having a bit of a difficult time with that part, but anyway, I would only see her the odd time, not a lot. She'd be up and around there. Okay, so only see her a little bit. She'd be up around there. I don't know. I never talked to her a whole lot. I never went in the house a whole lot, But, I used to see her. Did you visit with her? To me, when I always seen her after this here, you remember the election that there is Sarah Palin that ran for Alaska. Yeah. When she wore a pair of glasses, that's what she looked like. I'm forgetting what Sarah Palin looks like. I think Sarah Palin used to be good looking. Well, I don't know. Maybe. Oh, what happened here? Okay, maybe. Maybe Lisa's Sarah Palin. And that's how I described her. Okay. Now, I don't know. Was that lady that was still with him? Was that the lady that was still with him? Was still with her at the time. Was she with him at the time up here or no? So he doesn't even know if they were together. Oh, okay. So just move along from that one. Burl. Oh, McLeod. Just go into something else. So about the Zodiac. So you said he fell out of the Zodiac. Okay, yes, I want to try and understand this one because I couldn't quite get what's going on. It landed or something. And what can you tell us about the incident? Because you say he took to take me out. To take me out. I said, maybe it's just the transcriber. I don't know. He was it was Saturday night. And I'd landed up at the cottage. Oh, okay. And he said he'd be over around, I think at that time it was either 6:30 or 7. I thought it was 8. I don't know. It's been quite a while since. But anyways, I got all ready and I was sitting out in front of the cottage waiting for him because he was going to come down the river and in front of there and pull in. Well, I waited and I waited and I waited. The next thing I hear, the sirens. I thought it was very strange. So I walked out our cottage road. We'd only have to walk probably from here to the main road, maybe 200 feet. Oh, thank you for clarifying that. That I could see through to the river. And when I looked out there at the point in time, the rescue people were down there trying to rescue him, or they were there. And the Zodiac was going in circles. And it just circled all the way around till the tide went out because no one had another boat to get beside it. No one could swim out because they'd get chopped up, because of the propeller. Okay. I don't know. I'm going to stop for a second because that wasn't this the reference that he was totally crazy or something because he fell out of his boat? He fell out of his boat. Nobody can go out to save him because they'd get chopped up. Four-wheeler stuck. No, can't do that. Oh, so this Zodiac was like slow idle, making circles around the bay, down by the bay. Oh, it looked comical. Where is Wortman at this point? I wouldn't have went out, you know. After things started coming unglued, I couldn't trust him anymore. Okay, I'm just having a lot of problems with this statement. A lot of problems. If Wortman's out in the water and it's circling him and he thinks that's funny and he was like, I wouldn't go out there. This sounds like the I'm not going to help the kids 2.0. I really didn't. And then specifically, especially when he come in our cottage and he kind of creeped my wife out and my daughters in the way that he stared at my daughters like a German Shepherd with meat on the floor, you know, because I had a really bad feeling. Now, was that before or after the boat? When you say things started coming unglued, what do you mean by that? I just mean he got more comfortable and he started telling me more. That's what is going on down there? You know somebody and for a while and you get a little bit more comfortable and they start telling you stuff and that's really strange. What is there something I'm missing about Nova Scotia? I just don't get it. Usually that's the way you become friends with somebody. You spend time with them, you get a little bit more comfortable, you talk to them a little bit more. So when he told me more, I felt more uncomfortable. And I didn't feel like I'd like to work for him anymore. Well, care to elaborate on what he was telling you? Because that's very normal to visit with somebody. You know, if I had other customers, I'd rather go to work for them than have to listen to this foolish bullshit. What foolish bullshit? I don't know if it was bullshit, but it was just foolish talk. Does it make sense? I will help you out, at least on my end, thus reading a paper document. It makes no sense. Zero. Zip. Okay, thank you. Porn bots are returned. Yay. I think VFD had a way out, out that way, have bows. Not much interest in exploring, Lisa. Very interesting. Yeah, Sarah liked guns. Sarah did like guns. Sarah does like guns. I think she's still alive, right? Yeah, it's been a long time. I guess maybe something's being said they don't like. Then they must be cutting some stuff he said out of the statement. I'm confused. oh dear. I'm thoroughly perplexed. But you know, reading you these statements, you know, half of them they're just like completely nonsensical. I'm like, huh? What is? I don't think this quite matches. Who is it? I forget his name. It's a fairly short name. The fellow who went over to Greg's that morning. That one is just a total gong show. You know which one I'm talking about? What is his name? He lives down at the beach in the trailer, or he had his trailer with him, and he backed into. Yeah, that took me a long time to figure out. I still don't understand it. Nothing's really stands out. Nothing. It's okay. So wait, sorry. Does it make sense? Yeah. Okay. And so you said he talked crazy talk. So is there anything else about the crazy talk? Is there any crazy talk? I'm not even hearing crazy talk. I'm just hearing somebody saying there is crazy talk, but you're not saying what it is. Nothing that really stands out. What? What the fuck? Like, it really bothered me about these here going down south and going and getting these young girls and then always drowning trying to drown his father. Always drowning his, like, has he been doing this multiple times? So he tells you he's going to visit prostitutes, and this part is odd. But again, I haven't read anywhere about drowning. I'm not even sure how that quite would come up in a conversation. Hey, you know what? I was down in Cuba once, and I really, I was drowning my dad. It seems you got to really know somebody pretty well to tell them something like that. Maybe not. Maybe he's just really forward. Like, really creep me out. That really truthfully creep me out about this man. Well, so when he was telling you about his father, explain what his how he presented to you. Like, what was his? Oh, he would just talk like that, like it was joke. Okay, that is bizarre. Okay. And the sad part of the whole thing, like, you might tell someone, maybe exaggerate a little bit, but this guy seemed to get off in telling you stuff like that. Well, okay, so obviously when you say stuff like that, there's more. What is the stuff? Like, he enjoyed this stuff. What stuff? Could you tell more, please? Did you ever see him and Lisa interact? No, not a lot. Like, they were there, but I never knew how they ever, came across. I just knew that was his woman. It's the same if I go off to work for somebody, I'm not being there to pay attention to their wife. But you knew that she was in the house. Because you didn't really seem to talk to her. I guess you were just watching. No, and attractive. I'm there. So a lot of times I'm just working away and doing what I'm told to do. I don't want to interact because especially nowadays, you don't, because, you don't know who's got a camera on you anymore. What? You don't want to talk to people because what? They have a surveillance camera? Lots of people have surveillance cameras. You wouldn't want to have a Ring doorbell. Oh my God. That's a camera. So, okay, so he asked me to do a few more weird things. Okay. He asked me to do a few more weird things? Said the officer? What the fuck, man? This is the officer saying this. Okay, and he asked me to do a few more weird things. No, he asked you to do a few more weird things? And I didn't even hear that part yet. How is this suddenly McLeod's line? Me is the wrong pronoun here. Excuse me. this here container stuff, you know, doing this container stuff, really, it bothered me because by this time, you know, going on about, you know, this guns, guns, plural, and stuff, and telling me about smuggling cigarettes and stuff. I'm not sure why I've met few people in my life. People generally don't kind of just basically know somebody and keep copying to felonious activities. Hey, I drowned my father, and I don't really know you, but I smuggle cigarettes. Here, maybe, I don't know. Usually that kind of gets people in trouble. I thought, I don't want no part of this. This bearing no containers. This bearing no containers. Because what you are going to put in this stuff, you know, no, I don't, but what are you going to put in this stuff? So, plural containers. You're hiding stuff that you're really shouldn't be. People won't find. That's my opinion of it. Opinion. Okay, so that's hearsay. I guess that's the no surgery. If you're buying stuff. Oh, and by the way, who was that said about I think that was what the heck? The stomach surgery, right? Well, she said she had no surgery. She herself said to Mr. Lewis, I had no surgery. I believe I have read, yes, that she had rhinoplasty, but she also seemed to indicate it herself. So that might help that one. If you're buying stuff, if you're burying stuff, right. And were there any more weird things after that? Who? Is it you or me? Because up here, it was me who was doing the weird things, says the officer. That's all. That's everything I can actually picture. Like it's been 13 years since I've had any connections except for the incident of the four-wheeler. Well, and at the store. That's, you know, now last summer, when I was coming out of that right along by the dumpsters there, he was putting, you know, where the little green dumpsters are on the road. Oh, okay. So now we see him a third time. He was putting stuff in there, and I seen him, and I had to take a second look because his face looked more bloated. His face looked really bloated. I don't know if he gained more weight, but he didn't look like the fella I used to know. Okay, so last summer. Okay, so let's see here. So did he look? Because I'm not really seeing heavily bloated here. He seems kind of slender. She had a nose job. I don't really see somebody who's gaining weight. So did he get a beating? Did he have a bad allergic reaction? I don't know what. Yeah, 2019, a few months prior, less than 3/4 of a year. Odd. Okay. His face looked really bloated, gained more weight. Didn't look like the fellow I used to know. Well, maybe it wasn't him then. Maybe I had to take a second look as I was going by in the dump truck, and I looked down and I just gave a little wave, a friendly wave, and that's all I did. But I didn't get out to talk to him by no means. And you knew that it was him because it didn't look like him. This is just fucking messed, man. And when was that photo? That photo was apparently, when was that photo? Did they say that? No, my apologies. There's the photo from the night before, but they blacked that one out. Totally. Somebody with a fucking hat. I think it might be Lisa, and she's wearing a toque. You can see the pom-pom on the top. I don't know if you guys can get that one. I think this one was from a trip. I'm not sure. Maybe O'Dear or somebody in here knows. But he wasn't a fat man. He was slender. Look at when he was taking the money out of the bank. He's slender. That photo that Lisa sent to Angel, her sister Janice, was blacked out. Yeah, was that the pom-pom one? I thought that was like, why? Why is it blacked out? I mean, it's like you're trying to say somebody else is somebody else. You're hiding. Yes, it's Trip. It's odd that that photo is blacked out. But you can see a pom-pom. And so you suggest that we should look between the house and the garage. Okay, so here comes the lady with the ground penetrating radar and her students who found nothing. Can you describe what the area is? Like I never worked for him at that point. What? So how do you know that there's containers there? What? Right. I knew he bought the land, and I know over the years he's had other people probably working for him. I know other people have probably been working for him. So this, I guess, what I'm looking to kind of give you is a heads up. Maybe just check. Make sure there's nothing buried. So how would you know this information? Now, if the officer doesn't ask, why? How do you know this? If you aren't working for him, you don't talk to him, you didn't know him when he had the property, is that right? And then you're saying, I think you should have a little look-see there. What are you basing that on again there? Because you lost me. Okay, that's my opinion of the situation. It's got a lot of opinions. Maybe it's the opinion of the stare is also like the opinion of the nose surgery, which actually was a beating, which actually was a, here we go. I guess they don't like what I'm saying. Bye. CSE. Just to make sure nothing's buried up there in there, because I'm still, just because I didn't bury nothing, that's not saying that somebody else didn't go in there and do something. But that's also not saying somebody did go in there. Unless you're trying to breadcrumb him, you're saying something without trying to say it. Right. That's how I feel about it. and describe the area where he asked you to bury. Sentence structure, please. That would have been at the time he talked about it in front of his place, but he never did anything like that, because after I left him, he ended up buying this section of land from his house over to his garage. So then he concentrated most of his work. Most of his work was always done over there at the garage or in the woods. I never ever seen anyone ever do any more work around the house. So you did see people working or you didn't. You can't say whether people were probably working for him. Like I did, and probably, maybe he had moved stuff around with his little machine. His little machine, which couldn't bury it on his own. Maybe he had moved stuff around with his little machine. But no, I don't think there was ever work I could remember at that point around the house. I thought you weren't working for him at all. But I never ever, and I swear, I never buried nothing for him. Oh, that doesn't sound very good. But I never ever, I swear I never buried nothing for him. Aha. There's no need to add the disclaimer. If you didn't do it, you don't need to tell people a whole bunch you didn't do it. Because first of all, there's nothing criminal about burying a fucking container. I'm feeling like this is Brenda, like saying, I'm telling you the truth. I'm telling you the truth. I don't lie. I'm not lying. I'm telling you the truth. I don't lie. But I swear, I never buried anything for him. Okay. Like, I mean, what do you say to that? What would you say to that? Why? I mean, I'd be like, why are you telling me that you didn't do it? I thought you said you didn't do it. Now you seem like you did do something. Okay. And just one more thing from me here. Just move along, right? Nothing here. So the gun. So you've described the gun to us. And did you ever see him with other guns? Well, he said plural before, but okay. Now he says no. He only did describe the one gun, but he did use guns in a sentence. Okay. No, because after that point, like when I said I didn't want nothing to do with these guns. Here we go again with the plural. I didn't want nothing to do with these guns. You wouldn't say nothing to do with these guns. I wouldn't want nothing to do with this gun. He never brought up the question again. What question? He never said the question. Okay. I thought he just told him about something. I thought he just told him about an army gun. No, I don't want the guns. I got a 13-year-old boy. You've also got some daughters, too. I don't need Guns. Not gun, not 9mm. Repeatedly saying guns, 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 stuff like that. Guns. Three statements of guns in 2 sentences. No, 3 sentences, 2 sentences. 3 mention of guns. I said that's illegal gun to begin with. And you know that how? Care to ask, Officer McLeod? Like to, I know to have a handgun, you have to have a special permit to even have a handgun and on your property. So I knew that much. And you knew he didn't have one? Okay. Before we hit record, before we hit record. Okay, so here we go with this shit again. I'm so sick and fucking tired about this. The fucking shit off the record. They are talking to everybody before they hit record. It's all over the place. Rife. They have conversations about things and then they hit record. And you can tell because they'll be like, in some statements, they'll be like, well, I told you about this before. And there'll be no appearance of it anywhere in the interview. Or sometimes they'll say, before you hit record, we were talking about that. There's often this one. Before we hit record, you mentioned that something that had gone up here by your house. Wouldn't that be important to have on the record? Wouldn't it be important to do that before you have the conversation is actually hit record? No, just wait a second. You can tell me about that. We'll get there. We'll hit record first here, if you're good with that. Yeah? Oh, yes. I don't know if this is relevant to the issue. You got a lot of stuff that you're not sure is relevant, but you're just bringing it in anyway. But we had noticed about roughly 2 weeks ago, previous to this point, previous to last week, roughly 2 or a week ago to 2 weeks ago. I'm going to review your comments. Could somebody please unpack when that is? But we had noticed roughly 2 weeks ago, previous to this point, or previous to last week, roughly 2 or a week ago to 2 weeks ago. I think that means in the last week or two, but I'm not sure. Because Gabriel Wortman put a container there. And Lionel would notice when he was when the competing excavator guy rolled down the Orchard Beach. He told me Gabriel Wortman told him to bury it. He said no. So then he lied in his statement? Or he withheld information? More to the point, he withheld information. Because he put a container there. Gabriel Wortman put a container there. So he does know about it. There's a picture somewhere. Lionel would notice when the competing excavator guy came down to the beach. Okay, so we never heard anything about a competing excavator guy. And he told you that Gabriel Wortman asked him to bury it. And he said no. Okay, so that part he did have in his statement, but this rest of this stuff is a little bit new information that doesn't seem to be in the statement, which is rather, that would be an omission. Am I following that correctly? Honestly, some people talk using plural. Wouldn't surprise me if it's singular. Okay, all right. I don't know. He wanted to trade work for the gun, I think. Oh, so Lionel wanted the gun? Or Wortman did. Wortman said no. Maybe that's the way it is. Maybe that's the way it is. Maybe Lionel wanted the gun. And he's like, I'll do the work for the gun. And Wortman's like, no, I don't want to do that. And he's like, oh, fuck. How long does it hit before? How does something before we hit the record get into the transcript? It's in every single transcript almost. Did he know Rob the carpenter? You're dizzy. Oh my God. Yes, Tony, that doesn't work either. This statement is not, and he says, I will say, and I mean that in all sincerity, like, I know obviously it can be a transcription error. It can be them fucking with the statements, which I'm pretty sure they do. I feel very, very okay with it, saying that they have been messing with the statements. That's why you never get to hear them, because they could just play them for you, and they would, but they don't. But this statement, funnily enough, is far more comprehensible. I can comprehend it far better than some other statements I have read. I can't remember his name. It is absolutely atrocious. I think I may have even started to read it. I don't know, in a video, and I had to put it away. I just couldn't read it anymore. It was so bad, and it took me like 2 or 3 times going back to it and picking it up, and then I'm like, until my eyes were like, and then I would stop. Transcript is total shit. 1 to 2 weeks after the 18th, 19th is my take. Okay, let's see. But we had noticed about roughly 2 weeks ago, previous to this point, previous to last week, roughly 2 or a week ago to 2 weeks ago, that there was a marked police car that made 2 trips, 2 different nights, out here and turned back out again. So over on the other side of the river, he saw a marked police car. And this is a road that you never hardly ever see, a marked police car ever come up, because there's not much that ever goes on there. Well, apparently, if we're talking over that side of the river, well, I don't know, there was the whole business about the trailer. There was some stuff that was going on over there for sure. So I'd say that there was something happening over there. Anyway, okay. So I guess he saw a car on the other side of the river. I don't know how that means it's Wortman. Bjorn gave, okay, let's see here. Transcription, accuracy of transcription is far less than 90%. But how did they get all of this written statement if it wasn't recorded and up until that point? Oh, no. He's saying that before they hit the record button, they were having a conversation before they hit it about the house and about seeing the car. And then they're just throwing that one in there too. Now that they've hit record. It makes you wonder what they were talking about before they hit record, like on a lot of interviews. I think this interview took place April 25th. Yeah, so this is before. I guess it would be pointless if it were after. So, it's hard to decipher. The other contractor, they need 99%. You know what you need is the audio. The audio and the transcript. And then you just compare the two. And sometimes, and I would presume, actually this one, no, there's nothing because it's at his house. A lot of times there's video too. So they have those MP3 dot recordings on a lot of them. They certainly obviously record them because this is a transcription. I understand. No, Nikki, I think the record button was on the whole time the interviewer was saying before we hit record. Wortman wanted to trade the gun for work. I that's the feeling I'm getting, actually. It's the other way around. He perhaps he wanted to get the gun. Lionel said Gabriel asked Adam Fisher also. Lionel didn't want the gun, and I'll ask him about Rob. Well, ask Rob about the CSI recording too. I'd like to know about that, because that was pretty classic. That was a diss-op campaign, if I've ever seen one. No, Wortman wanted to trade the gun for Lionel's work. Yeah, well, I mean, that's the way he says it. I don't know. It's just, this is reading so odd. Lionel said he didn't want the gun. Yes, no, I agree. That's what he said. It's very confusing. I agree. That's what he does read. But I'm just wondering, because there's some strange conclusions that are being drawn. Maybe there's more to meet the eye. Obviously, if this business about burying the container, and there's far more to that picture. And I think probably the statement of, I never buried it, I don't know anything about it. I don't even know anything about it. That's kind of a big, as they would say, it's a red flag. Oh, he used that term. I like that. Now a motorbike. Yeah, I started talking about him. Okay, sorry. Oh, we got more porn. Bye, porn. Missed that one. Sorry, I'm scrolling through here. Binoculars are very popular. Nosy neighbors. I read somebody who actually was using binoculars this morning. I was like, oh. It was kind of a new introduction. I think it was down in Chubby. So this is the one and only connection with the sex work violence towards. No, there is no reference that I saw thus far to sex workers other than this one mentioned. But that's not to say that it isn't, because I haven't looked in the whole statement. But when I put sex worker into the statement just as a search, nothing came up. However, I believe so you have gone through the entire one, because it was you, right, who found this. You've gone through the entire statement and there's no other mention of sex workers. Wow. If this is what Avalon is using, hearsay. Once again, this is all going to go down. Like, honestly, there should be some reports to the Bar Association on a lot of this, particularly that there are lawyers that are taking part in this, and they're using hearsay as evidence, which is, I would say, fairly contentious. Bar Association might not look so good on that, especially given some of the conflicts. Can't wait to the Avalon report. I want to see that. Yes. Okay. Would need to hear the audio to make sense of this one. Oh, I will have to find that statement. He's not going to ask Lionel. He's going to ask Lionel, not Rob. Oh, okay. My apologies. We heard about the container before. The container is coming from Rob, right? Wasn't it? I sense similar elements. 23 pages for Bjorn, that's it. For a guy who's hanging out all night, informed Leon the victims before anything. Yes, that's... Yeah. Barter is better than cash when dealing with illegal guns and goods. Well, does he know? Because he didn't even establish that he didn't have a And you have to use current, like contemporary setting at the time. So when he saw the gun, he said it was an illegal gun. How did he know it was an illegal gun? He knew that he didn't have a permit? No, that was never asked thus far. Oops. Not to mention, Avalon stated that she worked with them. Did she take them up from from DR or Cuba to work with them? Well, if this is the only citation that they're using, I don't know. Maybe they flew down there and found some girls. I sadly, you know, there are, I believe, quite a few girls down in the Dominican Republic. According to W5, quite a popular destination. So I think it wouldn't be very hard to find some girls that would take $20 to say, hey, you know, somebody was doing something. Can I have the $20, please? Okay. Because not much ever goes on. I don't know if that's necessarily true. You know, maybe there was a young fellow racing around on a motorcycle or something. What? You know, okay, so he's talking about the marked police car, and then he's saying, you know, maybe there was a young fellow racing around on a motorcycle or something. Not sure where that's coming in. But they know they're not going to get far because there's no place for it to actually escape from. What are you talking about? Right. But it really, I guess, after this took place, it makes you wonder, did he take a drive out checking me out or checking anyone else out? Was it on a motorcycle? Where did the motorcycle come from? Oh my God. Where did the motorcycle come from? You're talking about a marked car. Okay, I'm going to read this again. Oh, yes. I don't know if this is relevant to the issue. This is the conversation that was taking place off tape, but then getting brought in when the record button was being held. Oh, yes. I don't know if this is relevant to the issue, but we noticed about roughly 2 weeks ago, previous to this point, or previous to last week, roughly 2 or a week ago to 2 weeks ago, there was a marked police car made 2 trips, 2 different nights out here, and then turned back out again. And this is a road that you hardly ever see, you know, a marked car ever come up, because there's not much ever goes on. You know, maybe it was a young fellow racing around on a motorcycle or something. He's obviously told others the same thing Lionel is alluding to. Yeah. No, that wasn't going to happen. Thorns is not a statement, just is a summary of a statement. Exactly, because, you know, that's the way things are done. Nobody's hiding anything there. Nothing at all. I'm still baffled how Avalon Krista said incest happens in rural areas and made absolutely no connection to Gabriel Wortman or the 18th or 19th, just said it and moved along. Her whole presentation was so crazy. Oh, it was absolutely absurd. But the great thing is there's a permanent record of it, and she apparently claims that this is all based on research. So I'm going to love to see the research, because guess what? I'm going to look at it. Hard. and we'll see how well the research was done. Names. I like names. Moving along. Happens in cities as well. Yeah. Incest, it only happens. Those, hey, rural people, you know, rural people, drinking, guns, incest, not very intelligent, misogynists, people who abuse animals. I like this. They really like people from rural. A lot of people in Nova Scotia live in rural areas. Very offensive. I'd be very offended. And these people, funnily enough, they live in your community. They're calling you all these wonderful things. Do remember when you see them at the store. Hope the book deal was good. Right. Because there's not anywhere far to get to, no place to actually escape from. Escape? Where's the escape coming in? Are you trying to do Blueberry Field subtle sewing here? Right. But I guess after this took place, makes you wonder, did he take a drive out checking me out or checking anyone else out? No. Sorry. Move along. That's garbage. Can you describe the car that you saw? No! I can't. Maybe it was a motorcycle. Okay. No, it was just a marked police car. And you know, at the time, that's strange. Is there any way that you'd be able to find out what day of the week it was, if it was even or anything like that? Well, I think we did get some kind of an idea. Roughly 2 weeks ago, previous to this point or previous to last week, roughly 2 or a week ago to 2 weeks ago, there was two nights, 2 different nights, 2 trips. So you do the math. But McLeod wants to ask anyway. Is there any way that you'd be able to find out what day of the week it was or anything like that? I can't remember because it was just random. But I thought it was something that stood out in your head because it never happens. Nobody goes down there because nothing happens. Okay. What? It was random, just a random day. I can't remember. It was an evening, but I thought it was 2. Because some friends of ours was walking and seen it. Friends of ours walked and was walking and seen it. Now, that was an evening, which is singular, and up here, it was 2 different nights. Okay. Whoops. Banana peel. Okay. So, and I'll ask my wife. Good. Where is Lionel Lewis's wife? Good to talk to her about the eyeing up incident. Good to talk to her also about the car, because I guess she saw the car. About it, if they know exactly what time it was or any dates or any dates too. Okay. That would be helpful. Okay. She's not home. She's out for a walk tonight. Oh, it was walking. Okay. Okay. Do you have anything? What? Maybe McLeod is like, do you have anything? Can you tell me anything? Because I'm not hearing anything that you've told me the previous 398 lines. Okay, do you have anything? No? Okay, I think that's it, Mr. Lewis. Unless there's anything else that you can think of that you think we should know. No, that's about it. The only thing I can say is any of the women and men that I knew up there, okay, like the order. That's usually not the way people say things in society. They say men and women. Interesting that it's reversed. The women with the red flags and men, I think I get a feeling about this statement. I think there may be some hooey going on here. That I knew up there, I just told them to stay away from this man because I said he was a very strange man. And I wouldn't trust him, and I did tell a bunch of different women that. So I just want to clarify, the last time you ever done any work for him was 2007. Is that correct? Or probably, roughly, it would have been at least 2000. It would have been roughly when my young fella, he was at that point, he was 13 and he's 26 now. Okay, so yeah, all right. I guess that's how we're figuring it out. So it would have been when, because the reason I say it was that time, I remember I said, you don't bring something like that to a house with a 13-year-old boy, you know. Burris. Oh, Burris is in the room. Oh, Burris. Oh, Burris. Oh, no. How could he be sitting there and just being like, oh, yes, I forgot. What was it? What was it again? Was it this one? Wait a second. No, that wasn't it. My apologies. Burris. Yes. Oh, it's Burris. Sorry. I thought it was Burl. My bad. Oh, I thought it was Burl. I was like, I could see that. In the house, well, you don't bring it to begin with. But I said you don't bring something like that to a house with a 13-year-old. So the gun went over to Mr. Lewis's house. If I'm just restating something that I totally missed, my apologies. Okay. I thought he said he was worried about the gun being at the house with a 13-year-old boy if he were to take it. So now he said Wortman brought the gun to his house. Interesting. Yeah. And that's the last thing you want to bring into a house. Something dangerous like that. Right. Absolutely. Okay. So we'll conclude the statement at 7:55. Statement with a lens from 40,000 feet or with caramel bars and feeling very fulsome. I'm feeling an overwhelming sense of fulsome. something. Men was afterthought to him in the statement, maybe. This is crazy. Maybe another reason for me to stick with data. Well, come on, they're fun. Okay, so we did get a few things out of that. We got that there should be a paper trail. So that should hold up, which means that Mr. Lewis's statement, which would give it a lot of credibility, because of course he said that. Well, we had Albino say that there was another report. So Mr. Lewis does say that there should be one for sure for the vandalism. Albino said that there should be a second one. So this should be very easy to make sure, because it will be in the PROS system. Anything that is ever reported, anytime you pick up the phone, it goes in the PROS. Goes in the gene system. So this is very easy to search. Very easy to search. So those are kind of some things there. Interesting to note about the he didn't absolutely swears he would never bury anything like that container, because he doesn't know anything about the container, because he never, but that was what Albino seemed to clarify, is that no, that he did maybe. Guy must be scared shitless when talking to RCMP. Maybe, I don't know. It's just not even a way I would communicate if I was afraid. Why are you afraid again? Unless the RCMP are up to no good. The lens is the work, and the work is the lens. You got to work with the lens, because the lens is the work, and the lens power. High focal rate on that lens. Patrick Brewster's statement says that it was driven the summer of 2019. Patrick's mom is LB's sister and told Patrick his type statement says. No doubt in my mind, a marked car gotten driven on the road prior to 18. There's no doubt in my mind the marked car got driven on the road. Oh, yeah. Meaning yes. Yeah, well, then you have the Mercedes dealer, and then he's like, oh, no, I just had the wrong time of year. I wouldn't know if there was snow outside, if it was sunny and warm. Yeah, no, the car never came. Nope, it's 7:58. That was hard. Wild. No relation. I totally believe the O'Regan's service manager statement. LB dropped off Mercedes-Benz in marked car. Yep. That is, yeah, sorry. I'm just behind, so I'm reading here. Yeah, that was there. Same here. There was also, I think, a sighting on the highway or something like that. So the car was getting driven around. Interesting to note that the showed that the other day, but the death certificate for Wortman was on the 20th. I guess he died the next day. Certified died in Enfield on the 20th. Also, bye, porn. See you later, CSE. I understand you don't like people looking. It's fine. We're going to continue. Donald Walker, about the car. Since the car came up, I might as well throw that one in there, because Donald Walker talked about the car and, knew all about the car. And then I think he kind of backtracked, said he wasn't really his friend. He's the one who's actually certifying the death certificate. Yeah. No, I'm not seeing anything. Nothing strange here at all. What happened there? Cut out, jumped ahead in the video. Oh, the video suddenly got messed up. People having some technical issues. Is CSE in here doing fun stuff? Mention Banfield, bots are back. Banfield. Well, wasn't Lisa Banfield's name mentioned today? Why does it only come on if other people mention it? They weren't around when mass casualty discusses it. All right. They don't like me. Lisa, that's not my recollection. The service manager is making things up. Wiley, that's not my recollection. Lisa Banfield is making things up. Yes, something about that. Turning on people and stuff. So far, CBSA, no, not read that, Mitchell. Joanne, howdy to you. I'm having trouble, but I thought it was just me. Okay, so I'll link that. I keep trying to message. Oh, the email is still not working. I didn't get any. I put out some appeals for information and thoughts that you had of inconsistency, gaps that they have. I only received, I believe, one. So interesting. I don't know if people are just not feeling email inclined. I'm not exactly email person, so I totally understand that. Okay, I just got an email from somebody. I'll read this aloud because they write very good things, usually. Well, not usually. Has a single witness in the MCC finding fault with RCMP directed criticism at Trudeau and company? I'm not into the politics stuff, but in this case, right, it's the government in power. So has anybody? No? Who are the people ultimately responsible for the situation? The buck stops here. Apart from apologizing endlessly for exaggerated, if not purely invented, quote, wrongs in Canada's past, what has our liberal government, liberal in quotation marks, government done about the racism, sexism, etc., that, quote, witnesses, end quote, okay, that's an air quote, at the MCC say persistent in institutions like the RCMP. Nearly all these witnesses serve as bland, quote, useful idiots. Right, yeah, that was why I was saying, that was, I mean, I don't want to say that as an insulting term. The useful idiots reference I was using was from Bezmenov. Bezmenov clearly speaks about, Yuri Bezmenov clearly speaks about the utilization, the using of people. And they believe that they're doing some greater good or getting something out of it. They have no idea that they're totally pawns and at the end of the day, completely and utterly disposable. And that's the reference Yuri uses when he says, quote, useful idiots. So this person's referring to that too. Because in some way, directly or otherwise, they are dependent upon the government for their incomes. Absolutely. If you think about the fact that, and saying that, I think it was yesterday, right, or a couple times, for definitely a few times before, if the police system gets cleaned up and it becomes transparent, what happens to all of the people who make their money on the circuit and getting this money for the studies? They no longer have a job. So then cleaning toilets becomes reality. So They have to keep the monster going. You follow? They live off blood money. They love this stuff. Even though in their hearts and in their virtue signaling, they say, no, we want it all cleaned up. They have no interest in it. Because if they truly did, A, they would do it for free. Right? They would do it for free. And B, it makes no logical sense for that money train to stop. This dependency is the root of corruption in the world, and until it is dealt with, no other corrective measures will have more than an inferior effect. The slave mentality is ingrained in nearly all people, but they are conditioned to be blind to it. That's the cognitive dissonance people suffer from. Alberta was moving, albeit not smoothly, towards the appreciation of the nature in this ingrained subservience following the election of the Aberhart government in 1935. Coming out of World War II, Aberhart himself, former school principal, Aberhart, definitely a famous character in Alberta, was perfecting his understanding of the nature of the problem and becoming increasingly militant in denouncing the machinations of the financial system. The Canadian Bankers Association threw endless slander and money against him, but this did not silence him. So, unexpectedly, he died. Curious. Just something, food for thought. Oh, well, thank you for subscribing. Appreciate that. Oh, you are subscribed. Okay, so anyway, 6 hours, 11 minutes. This is a short day. I think everybody got out of there early today again. So I guess you have to vote PC. Listen, I don't even believe in the political junk. That's why, and again, nobody can say, "Hey, man, you are you have your political agenda." I have no agenda. Fuck them all, man. They're all garbage. They're all garbage. It's just whoever happens to be in power at the time. They're all paid by the same people. They're all controlled by the same people out of our country. It's not in our country. They don't give a shit about anybody else. Run right over everybody else. And intelligence, well, they have a very active role in all of this. Okay, more here, work here than mass sham. NDP is the same as Liberal. Absolutely, NDP votes lock and step, totally all the way. What was that? The 16, they wanted to drop the voting age to 16. That was a Liberal bill by proxy through the NDP. The first term. They do everything together. So, and PC, well, whatever they're doing, who knows? I think at one point in time, there was a potential maybe for some cleaning up in the Canadian political system. I'm not going to go there, but that disappeared. Mark Carney, Fink, Carney. Mark Carney, yeah. You speak the truth about pretend leaders here. I don't want to really get into the politics stuff. I don't, just suffice it to say, I don't believe in any of it. It's all horseshit. It's more acting than this goop that you see on the MCZ. To be too great to get Sal's point about last number of years of shorthand documentary, like everything. Be great to get Sal's points from last number of years put into a short document. Well, if somebody wants to take that one on one day, man. If you can find whatever was missing too, that would be great. anyway, looks like O'Deer's got some stuff, so that's good. And I think somebody may have reached out to me that might have some, so I'm kind of excited about that too. They're all exactly the same. Once they get in, yep, gotta sell your soul. You have to sell your soul. Sworn oaths to the crown. To the crown. I was saying that to the family member the other day. Like, the RCMP literally are the Queen's Army here, like private paramilitary police. It is the Queen's police. It is not the police of Canada. They pledge their allegiance solely to the Queen. So, good luck with what? How do I sub to the Discord? Again, the Discord has been closed for so long. And, but honestly, at this point in time, like, people were going through and deleting stuff. I don't know who the fuck is in there. CSC is in there doing shit, which is really upsetting me. I don't think there's terribly much that you're missing out on, but shoot me an email. But there's be warned. Oh, here we go again. Be forewarned. There are people in amongst the Discord, just like there is in the YouTube, just like there is everywhere. Intelligence runs their shit. So you have to be wary of who's doing what. You just have to be very discerning. Some people will pretend to be your friends, maybe not be your friends. Maybe they try and steer. Do very little in the scheme of things. No, that's good. You do awesome stuff. Okay, so all of us gotta keep doing our little piece though. Ooh. Ouch. That not so good. Well, it's not a surprise. It's not a surprise. I'm fairly certain all of the numbers on the YouTube stuff is all a joke. I think there's a lot of people in here who are shadow banned. Just got so, like, and how does anybody know if anybody's shadow banned? You don't. The way that shadow banning works is very, very complicated, and it's a total mind fuck. Okay, thanks very much for today. God bless you all. Next week is going to be an interesting one. So, of course, they did not call so many witnesses. They did not do interviews with so many key people, including members. They have failed to turn over massive amounts of data. Justice Thomas Cromwell's letters are extremely interesting. There are more of them petering out now. The DOJ is absolutely hell-bent on hiding everything, and so is the RCMP. But that doesn't mean you give up. You just keep fighting. So that's what we'll keep doing. God bless you all. Have a great long weekend if I don't see you until Tuesday. God bless you. God bless the 23.